There are a lot of fighters who understand how to throw elbows, but because they don't know the proper angle of entry, they aren't successful with them. It is a very important aspect. I strongly recommend reviewing this entire section because elbow strikes are a very strong weapon that should be taken advantage of. Knee strikes are another very important tool to have in your arsenal. They are similar to elbows because they can be executed from close range, but I will also demonstrate knee strikes that can be thrown from a distance. For example, why is it very important to angle your foot downward when throwing knee strikes? I will cover all these details. I recommend spending the time it takes to master knee strikes because they can often determine the outcome to a fight, especially if your opponent doesn't have good knee defense. Katas are not generally associated with MMA, but if you want to apply karate to MMA, then it is super important to work on constantly developing your base. This is what katas do for you. However, drilling just katas will not make you a good MMA fighter. Even if you have a strong base and a host of combinations, you still need to learn how to apply them in MMA. So, katas are super important for developing your base. They're important for mastering the basics. But in order to be a good fighter, you must still learn how to apply these skills in a real fight.
Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lateral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí puxa o pescoço aqui, ó. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Atrás. 1, 2, 3. Pra frente. 2, 3, 4. Vai girando o braço. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 na lateral. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, outro lado. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Embaixo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pra frente. Volta o cotovelo assim no chão. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Atrás. 2, 3, 4, 5. Vira de lado pra lá, pro fundo do espelho. Cabeça no joelho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aí, dobra o joelho. Aí alonga, olha pra cima. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. Aí. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ei. Joelho, vai pra cima. É 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Chicote. Aí, botou. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Aí deixa, abaixa. Aí coloca o cotovelo no chão, vai. 1. Você vai levantar o 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí. Esquerda, sai pra lá, perna esquerda. Aí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí a cabeça encosta lá. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A cabeça encosta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Aí afasta as pernas. fecha o pé assim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí senta. É lateral. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4. Aí, outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí na frente. Aí. Vai. Máximo que coisa. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abre o braço. Olha pro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí. Um dos pés. Aí pega no pé. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí gangorra lá atrás, vai. Aí joga para um lado esquerdo. Pega pro direito. Aí na frente. Mais uma vez. Vai. Frente. Esquerdo. Direito. Volta. Aí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puxa o pé. Aí 1, 2, 4, 5. Estica. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí, outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Contrário. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puxa o pé. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Esticou. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí, vamos ver. Aí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí bota a esquerda atrás aqui. Encosta a cabeça no joelho, vai. Aí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vai na frente aqui agora. Estica a perna de baixo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do lado. Cabeça no joelho, vai. 2, 3, 5. Esticou. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí bota as duas pernas para trás. Aí alonga para trás. Olha para cima. 2, 3, 5. Vai lateral, olha para a esquerda. Aí a direita. Aí recua. Bota o braço esquerdo para dentro. Direito. Aí estica. Vamos levantar e vamos fazer aquela abertura lateral, tá? Aqui, ó. Posição para levantar, vai. 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí, segura. 2, 3, 4, 5. Mais uma outra lá atrás da minha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Agora abertura lateral, fica aqui atrás. Aí a linha. Te ajuda? Bem em cima da linha. Olhou, né? Puxa aqui. Ajeita o pé aí atrás. Isso. Aí outro lado. Ajeita o pé. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aí na frente. Vamos soltar. Aí braço. Vai, puxa. 1, 2, 10 segundos. 3, vai pra frente. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fazer não. Tá bom? Levanta a perna agora. Aí. 1, 2, 3. Pro lado. 1, 2, 3. Vira de lado. Aí. 1, 2, 3. Outro lado. Isso. Aí. 1, 2, 3. Aí a gente espera complementar. Mais equilíbrios. Primeiro eu vou mostrar.
I'm going to talk a little bit about a fighter's stance. It is important to divide your body. Don't put too much weight on your front leg, and don't put too much weight on your back leg. You want your center of gravity and weight to be right between your legs. It has to be in the middle. When it comes to your guard, you have a little more leeway. If your opponent is outside of striking range, you can keep your hands a little lower. But if he moves into striking range, you want to elevate your arms because there is more danger. And when you elevate your arms, it is important to tighten your stomach for protection. Now from the side. When you establish your stance, you can keep your heel flat on the mat, or you can elevate it off the mat. Both work. The important part is that you stay centered. You don't want to lean too far backward, and you don't want to lean too far forward. If you lean too far forward, it makes it very difficult to retreat or attack. For the ultimate mobility, you must maintain an even base. When you do this, you can punch or kick whenever you see an opening. When in competition, a lot of fighters will put their center of gravity forward. But in my style, we place our center of gravity in the middle because it provides a great amount of distance between my opponent and me. If I lean forward, my opponent can throw a punch and hit me very easily. Now if I place my center of gravity in the middle, my opponent can no longer punch me. Again, if I put my weight forward, I have sacrificed my defenses. That is why you don't want to fight leaning forward. It becomes so easy for your opponent to hit you. If I keep my center of gravity in the middle, my opponent will have to move forward in order to hit me. This is very important. You always need to maintain that distance. Never put your face in the line of fire. Centering your weight between your legs also allows you to kick and strike with ease. Adopting and getting comfortable with the proper stance is very important in both karate and fighting. Now I'm going to show some basic footwork that can be used in combat. First, forward movement. Every time I move forward, I move the front leg first. For example, If my left leg is forward, I'm going to step with my left leg first. The most important thing is that you don't cross your legs. If you cross your legs, your opponent will see you are vulnerable and strike, causing you to lose balance and fall over. You never want to cross your legs unconsciously. You can cross your legs, but it must be a conscious movement and done at the right moment. It has to be done for a specific reason, to accomplish a particular goal. Same thing, your base always has to be balanced, your center of gravity between your legs. When you do this, you can move forward, backward, lateral, lateral, front, back, lateral, lateral. It all comes very easy. You always have to track your opponent's movement. Always maintain that distance. When he makes a movement, I make a counter movement. It is very important to always react to your opponent's movement and keep the fight on your terms. Now I show Tai Sakbaiki, or footwork techniques. The first movement is the outside pivot. This technique is important because it not only allows you to avoid an opponent's straight attack, but it also puts you in a position from which to launch a counterattack.
Sempre você tem que se colocar em posição de contragolpe. Você faz o pivô, mas
Once you do the pivot like this,
faz o pivô,
you can throw a strike.
você pode fazer golpe, outro golpe. Mas esse pivô,
However, it is very important that you don't lean back as you pivot.
ficar nessa postura.
You want to keep your original stance, keep your center of gravity between your legs.
Você não pode, você tem que se manter na postura.
As long as you do this, you'll be placed into an excellent position to counter.
Faz o pivô.
Now from the side. As I pivot, I maintain my original stance, putting me in a perfect spot to launch a counterattack.
Aqui eu posso contra-ataque. Qualquer golpe. Mesma coisa aqui, ó. Desse lado.
Here I do the same outside pivot from the opposite side.
Tem outro ângulo de visão. Aí. Ó.
Continuing with Tai Sakbaiki, I show how to avoid an opponent's linear attack by switching your stance. Here I begin with my left foot forward. Notice how my center of gravity is still in the center. Again, this is super important because I do not need to shift my weight forward or backward to employ movement, which prevents me from telegraphing my actions.
Vamos aqui então. Vou mostrar essa saída. Essa saída ela é muito importante.
This escape is very important because it allows you to change your stance. I start with my left foot forward, but after executing the counter, I have my right foot forward. The opposite side. In order to make use of this counter, it is very important that you feel comfortable from both a standard stance and a southpaw stance. If you haven't mastered both stances, then it will be hard to make the most out of this technique and others like it. Your counterattacks will be more limited. When you counter, you can do so with either a kick or punch. The most important thing is that you switch your stance and escape your leg. This is another excellent technique for avoiding an opponent's strike and then countering with a strike of your own. The most important thing here is the leg escape. Now I demonstrate how to do a two-pivot movement. From your fighting stance, you first execute the pivot we just covered. After the first pivot, your opponent continues to attack, and you execute a second pivot to again evade his strike. This second pivot is a little more complicated. It demands a little technique. But if you dedicate time to practicing it, you'll begin to use it with ease. One pivot, now the second pivot. The counterattack is optional. You can escape and then attack with a punch or kick, but the most important part is to execute both pivots and evade your opponent's relentless attack. Just as with the previous technique, you're going to end up with your opposite leg forward. I started with my left foot forward, and I ended after both pivots with my right leg forward. Although this might be a little hard to manage when first starting out, utilizing movements such as these will confuse your opponent. No matter how hard he attacks, he won't be able to find you because you're always one step ahead, always cutting angles. Two pivots in the counterattack. One more time. A little more loose now, a little quicker. Now I demonstrate how to take two backward steps and then execute a pivot, a combination of movements that comes in handy against an advancing opponent. As always, you want to have correct posture and a strong base. You want your guard to be up for protection. Now when you take each step backward, you want to combine it with a strike to prevent your opponent from overrunning you. That strike will help you maintain distance and slow your opponent's advance. So you take one step, another step, and then pivot. One more time. 1, 2, pivot. You never want to take more than 2 steps backward. 2 steps is your limit. Always one step, your second step, pivot. This is to maintain distance and prevent my opponent from rushing forward. It's meant to slow his attack. After executing the pivot, you can counter with a punch or kick. Simple movements. Notice how as I step back, I strike with my lead arm. Now I will do it a little quicker, as if I were fighting. This technique is very similar to the previous one in that you take 2 steps backward and then pivot. However, with this technique, you pivot on your rear leg, which takes you in the opposite direction and reverses your stance. 2 steps back and then pivot in the opposite direction. So, 1, 2, pivot.
Dois steps, saindo.
So you take 2 steps and then you exit to the opposite side. Now I will show you a little faster. Now I will show you a simple movement that you can use to close the distance between you and your opponent. Normally when you move, you step the foot that is closest to the direction that you want to head. For example, if you want to go forward, you step first with your lead foot. If you want to move back, you step first with your back foot. If you want to move to the right, you step your right foot first, and if you want to move to the left, you step your left foot first. However, with this technique you break that rule, but you do so with a specific goal in mind, which is to close the distance without telegraphing your movement. You are conscious of your actions. So I step my rear foot up to my lead foot, and then I push off my rear foot to shoot my lead foot forward. As always, I slide my rear foot along to maintain my fighting stance. Once I land my first strike, I will follow up with the combination. What is important here is how I close the distance using footwork. If I'm farther away, then I can push off harder and cover more distance. But because I step with my back leg first, I do not telegraph my movement. My rear leg is hidden and I do not bounce my head. He cannot see me coming. I will demonstrate one more time. With this technique, you can cover a little distance or you can cover a lot of distance. This is another way to cover distance, but instead of stepping, I simply push off my rear foot and shoot my lead foot forward. As always, I slide my rear foot along to maintain my stance. This footwork allows you to make a very quick attack. Now I'll demonstrate how to put all the footwork techniques I've shown together into fluid movement. Leg movement, attacks, pivots, Now I do all the free movement with an opponent.
Você vai mostrando movimentação. Movimentação. Pivô. Pivô. Segundo pivô. E ataco. Sai pra trás e volta aí.
Now I'll show how to throw a rear round kick to your opponent's head. There are a number of ways that you can throw this kick. You can do an open movement, or you can do the kick a little more closed and tight. It's up to you. Notice how I rotate my hips and pivot on the ball of my lead foot to generate power for the kick. A little open, now closed. Open, closed. Mohashi Giri is the name of this strike. Closed and tight. Open. Closed. Now I'll show how to throw a rear round kick to strike your opponent's abdomen. Again, your kick can be more open or it can be tighter and closed. Open. Closed. Open, closed. A little open, closed. Open, closed. Open, closed. When my kick is wider, then I strike my target using the ball of my foot. When my kick is tighter, then I strike my opponent's ribs using my shin. When I throw the kick open, I strike my opponent's kidney using the ball of my foot. When When I kick tight or less wide, I strike my opponent's ribs using my shin. It is different.
Se estou chutando fechado, não. Fechado, vou lutar aqui, ó.
I'm using my shin instead of the ball of my foot.
Diferente.
Now I show how to throw a rear round kick at your opponent's legs. Just as when you throw a round kick to your opponent's head or kidney, you have two ways to throw the kick. The first one is with your shin, and the second one is with the ball of your foot. When you kick using the ball of your foot, even though it doesn't have as much power, it can still cause just as much damage because the surface area of your weapon is smaller. Same thing. Shin, ball of your foot. 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 The nice part about kicking with your shin is you can get more reach out of your kick. When you kick with your shin, you can throw your kick upward and then come down on your opponent's leg, or you can throw it straight in. When you kick using the ball of your foot, you want to hit and then move away quickly. It is a very fast strike that has a fast recovery. Kicking with your shin is slower and takes more time to recover from. Now we'll show you Kizame Mawashi, which is a lead round kick. When training this kick, it is very important not to telegraph your movement. For example, if you lean dramatically forward as you throw the kick, your opponent will spot it coming and defend against it. The goal is to surprise your opponent with the kick by just moving your leg. With this kick, you can strike a number of different targets. You can strike your opponent's head, his stomach, his leg.
Mesma coisa.
As I've already said, it is very important not to move your body when you throw the kick.
Você está aqui. Aqui mesmo chuta. Por quê?
If you move your body, your opponent will defend against the kick. If I move when I throw the kick, my opponent defends against the kick. If I don't move my body, he doesn't see the kick and I accomplish my goal.
Ele não viu o golpe. Ele não viu o golpe. Então,
when you throw kicks, you always want to utilize your hips. You don't want to kick using the muscles in your leg. Always the hips.
Isso aqui tá errado.
It is also important not to get in the habit of stepping and kicking.
Porque também eu não
It is
posso
okay to
fazer
do that, to utilize a step,
para na
but you must do so consciously.
Não que eu não possa fazer. Eu posso até utilizar o step.
It has to accomplish a specific goal.
Eu saiba que eu estou fazendo. Eu estou aqui.
Here I do the kick with a step, a little
Posso
step.
fazer o step.
A lot of fighters will attempt to switch their stance to put their lead leg behind them, which allows them to throw a more powerful kick. But doing this habitually can also get you in trouble.
Mais uma vez.
If I switch my stance without thinking, my opponent can use my movement to come forward and punch me in the face.
Se eu tô afim, se eu quero, mesma
If you
coisa,
want
se
to
eu quero
change your
trocar de
stance,
base,
it's best to
se eu
back away
afastar,
from your opponent,
aí eu
change your
posso trocar de
stance, and then come forward again.
perigoso. Trocar de base aqui, eu vou trocar com ó. Perigoso. Então, por isso que não usa isso.
Kick straight.
Direto. Usa
Use your hips.
seu quadril. Aqui. Aqui. seu corpo.
One more time. When I change my base while in striking range, my opponent strikes me.
Ele entra. Um pouquinho rápido. Espera aí. Pode ficar um pouquinho longe.
The proper way is to throw the kick without moving your body forward or backward. Just throw the kick and surprise your opponent. Now I will demonstrate the front kick, or Maigiri. When executing this kick, you don't want to push your foot into your opponent. You want to snap your foot into your target. To accomplish this, I push off my rear leg, draw my heel toward my buttocks, and then rocket the ball of my foot into my target. Drawing your heel up to your buttocks is very important, as is using your hips to generate power. Notice how I move my hips forward with the kick instead of rotating them in a clockwise direction as I would when throwing a round kick. If you rotate your hips circularly, you will fall forward and lose all power behind your strike. You want to drive your hips forward as you kick. When you kick, hip movement is the most important thing. With the front kick, you want to lift your leg without moving your torso. You want to drive your hips forward instead of rotating them circularly. Once again, elevating your heel up to your buttocks is very important for generating power in your kick.
Assim, não assim. Aqui.
Now I'll demonstrate Kazamizuki. Kazami means front leg, and Kazamizuki means the front kick with the front leg. All the rules that apply to the rear leg front kick apply to the lead leg front kick. Again, you don't want to sink your torso backward, but rather keep your hips forward and your stomach tight. Your hips stay forward. You can sink low with this strike, or you can kick mid-range.
Baixo. Porque o golpe
Again, drawing your heel up towards your buttocks is very important.
é muito importante.
You do not want to push your foot into your target. You must hit your target. Sometimes you can push to maintain distance, but that is a different kick.
Não. Você tem que bater.
With this kick, you want to strike your target, and this is accomplished by drawing your heel up to your buttocks and keeping your hips straight. Now we'll show Kizamari. It is still a front kick with the lead leg, but now you take a step before kicking. One step forward with your rear foot, and then kick. The step is a small one.
Só uma puxadinha. Rápido, rápido.
Just a little fast step to cover distance when your opponent is not within range. In this situation, there is a good deal of distance between me and my opponent. I want to kick, but he's too far away. So I take a small step and then kick. Always use your hips. If your opponent is too far away, take a small step. It cannot be a big step. You don't want to step your rear foot in front of your lead foot. If you do, you'll be off balance and your opponent will enter and counter. Just a small step.
Quando eu fizer o step, tu entra. Curto. Step curto.
This technique is called Yoki Garikomi, or Sidekick. With this kick, you must begin just as you did with the front kick, by elevating your heel towards your buttocks and then drawing your knee forward. However, once you have elevated your knee, you turn to the side and drive the blade of your foot into your opponent's abdomen or face. Once you have completed the kick, you turn your body and drop your foot to the canvas, changing your stance. The side kick can also be used to strike your opponent's thigh. It is a very versatile strike in that you can kick the legs, the body, and the head.
De cima para baixo. Deixa eu bater primeiro.
When throwing the side kick, it is very important to pay special attention to your movement. You don't want to rotate your body too early. Remember, the kick begins just as the front kick does, by keeping your body erect. Once your knee is up, that's when you turn and drive the blade of your foot into your target. The side kick is a very versatile kick because it can be thrown from different angles and at different targets. Previously, I threw it to my opponent's stomach, but I can also throw it to his thigh to block his forward movement. It can also be used in combination with other kicks, such as a low kick to your opponent's leg. When you throw a kick and then follow up with the side kick, it is very difficult for your opponent to spot. You can also combine the side kick with a step. Step to one side, and then kick. The technique I will show you now is Shiro-gari, or spinning back kick. The turn is very important because a lot of people do it wrong. Instead of keeping their entire body unified as they turn, they let their leg float out to the side. This is wrong. You want to keep your leg tight, which allows you to line up your foot with your target. If you let your leg float out to the side as you turn, it is not a spinning back kick. You always want to turn so that you can lash your leg straight out into your target. Always. I will show it from another angle. Same technique. I keep everything tight as I rotate so that I can line my foot up with my target. If you keep your body united as you rotate, and then keep your feet together, you'll have little trouble hitting your target. One more time I will show the kick. Keeping your legs together is very important. This movement is very important. You cannot let your leg float out to the side when you turn. In addition to making it more difficult to hit your target, you're also in danger of your opponent kicking you in the groin. That is why it's so important to keep everything tight and close. It helps your offense as well as your defense. I will apply the kick now. First, normal. Now I will apply the spinning back kick to counter my opponent's forward movement. Here I will use the same spinning back kick to counter my opponent's round kick. You can even use the spinning back kick to counter your opponent's jab. Now I will kick my opponent's leg to distract him and then rotate and throw the spinning back kick. Here I use it again to counter my opponent's movement. When you set this technique up with other strikes, it is a very high percentage move. It is also important to note that you can execute a jump spinning back kick to cover distance between you and your opponent. But before you attempt this, it is very important to first master the basic movements.
Isso é muito importante. Quando ele movimentar, tá?
Now I'll show you Uwata Mirage, or hook kick. Although it's not a very common technique in MMA, it is highly effective. It can be executed with either your front or rear leg. I will show it with the rear leg first. Rotating my body, I elevate my knee toward my chest, move my leg around the outside of my opponent's body, and then curl my heel into my target. When you throw this kick using your front leg, you want to first take a small step forward with your rear foot. Again, rotate your body, move your leg around the outside of your opponent's body, and then snap your heel back into your target. So, small step, and then the kick.
Pequeno step. Pequeno step, perna de trás, perna da frente, pequeno step.
This can be a very sneaky kick, especially when you pretend to throw a low roundhouse kick to your opponent's lead leg. However, instead of actually landing the kick, you board at the last instant, move your leg around to the opposite side of your opponent's body, and then snap your heel into his face. When you do this kick with your lead leg, you can also lower your opponent's lead hand by grabbing it and pulling it down. This makes it very difficult for your opponent to block your kick. So, you lower your opponent's hand, take a small lateral step, and then deliver the kick. It makes your opponent think you're going to kick low, and then you kick high. Now I'm going to show you Shiruto Udomash, or spinning hook kick. With this attack, it is very important that you use your rotation to generate power for the kick. Unlike the spinning back kick, you let your leg float away from your body. It is an open kick in which you make a circle with your leg. With this kick, you want to strike your target using your heel. You want to connect with the back of your heel. If you make contact with the top of your foot, it will have no power. You must use your heel to ensure that you cause your opponent damage.
É a região que você vai bater. Porque se pegar, vai machucar.
If you throw this kick as a single strike attack, it has the potential of landing, but your chances of connecting solidly with your target go way up when you throw it after a combination. The first strikes in your combination distracts your opponent and spreads his focus thin, allowing you to sneak the kick in unanswered. It is a very dangerous kick because during your rotation, you generate a lot of momentum, which in turn creates a very forceful impact. When you land it clean, your opponent is guaranteed to be in pain. Now I'll show you Hidonguri. It is considered a double kick because you use both legs, but with the first movement, all you do is lift your knee. In order for it to be effective, you want to lift your knee quite high in your initial movement. So you lift one knee and then execute a front kick with your opposite leg. The first movement is to begin to charge towards your opponent, to get your momentum moving forward and to close the distance. Charge and kick. Charge and kick. With the second kick, you can target your opponent's face or stomach. It depends upon the openings available. Now we'll show it again. Charge your kick by elevating your knee and then strike. Charge your knee, keep your hips center, move your hips forward, and then kick. It is a very long kick, so you don't want to be in close range with your opponent. Once you elevate your knee, you can kick your opponent's face or stomach. Now we'll demonstrate a kick where you throw it towards the outside of your opponent's body, but then at the last minute, you change its path and kick to the inside of your opponent's body.
É golpe que ele sai aqui, ó, e entra por dentro.
There are two ways to throw this kick. The first method is to kick using the top of your foot and a little bit of your shin. The second method is to kick using the ball of your foot. You can kick using the top of your foot or the ball of your foot.
Usando essa parte do pé. Tem duas formas, certo? Ou bico.
Once you land the kick, you want to get out of the way to avoid a counterattack. Now I'll demonstrate Ashibarai, which is a sweeping technique or takedown.
Raspar o adversário ou de derrubar.
It is a simple movement, but in order to be effective with it, you have to use it with proper technique and timing. With this technique, your weapon is the bottom of your foot. You execute the sweep using the bottom of your foot. It can also be executed with either your front or rear foot. Back or front. One more time, back or front.
ou frente. Perna de trás ou frente.
The goal with this technique is to destroy your opponent's base by attacking his front leg. If your opponent has his weight on his front leg, it will be very difficult to sweep him. In order to be effective with the sweep, you must first take his weight off his front leg. To accomplish this, I throw a punch. As he shifts his weight backward to defend against the punch, I execute the sweep and destroy his base. You can also execute this technique with your back foot. If your opponent is close, then you can execute the technique the instant he shifts his weight onto his back leg. If he is farther away from you, I make a small step to close the distance and assume a more dominant angle of attack. I force my opponent to take his weight off his front leg, and then I execute the sweep. Get his weight off his front leg, and then sweep. One more time from another angle. Get the weight off his front leg, and then sweep. When I strike my opponent to get him to shift his weight backward, I can use either my front or rear arm. I can throw a jab, or I can throw a cross. The most important thing is to force him to take his weight off his lead leg, which can be done with either your lead or rear arm.
Ou usando o braço de trás, tirando a perna da frente. Ó.
Now we'll spar with my brother Shinzo using the techniques I demonstrated throughout this section. Punching is a fundamental part of karate. It is very important to pay special attention to the details because after you learn the movements involved, you will repeat them thousands of times. To start out, we will focus on the very basics, so stand with your feet roughly a shoulder's width apart and place your fists on your hips.
Inicialmente, a forma básica do movimento, ela começa com as duas mãos na cintura.
Next, extend your arms forward and rotate your fist so that your palms are facing the mat and your thumbs are facing one another. This rotation is very important because it dramatically increases the strength of your punches. When you strike your target, you want to do so using the knuckles of your index and middle fingers. Not only are these knuckles stronger, but it allows you to transfer energy down your arm, out your first two knuckles, and into your target.
Essa virada aqui é muito importante, o movimento básico. Por que no centro sempre? Porque se você fica assim,
it is also very important to strike toward the center of your opponent's body, not the outside.
Sem alvo.
The center is where all his vulnerable areas are.
Então aqui o centro.
Once you get comfortable extending both arms, rotating your fists so that your palms are facing the mat, and connecting with your imaginary target using the first two knuckles of your hand, practice throwing punches with one arm at a time. Just as before, you want to rotate your hand over just prior to striking your target to generate power in your punch and to minimize the damage you cause your hand. At the end of your punch, rotate your hand. The first punch I will show is Kazamizuki, or the jab. This strike is executed with your lead arm. When throwing this punch, it is important not to let your elbow drift out to the side because your opponent will see the punch coming and defend against it. It is a straight punch and you want to keep your rear hand elevated to protect your face. To execute the jab, step your lead foot forward and extend your lead arm at the same time. If your opponent advances towards you, you can throw the jab without stepping forward to stop in his tracks, but you generate a lot more power when you combine it with a forward step. The forward step also helps you close the distance.
Outro lado.
The jab can be thrown to your opponent's mouth, his nose, and sometimes his chest. Here I demonstrate how to throw a fake punch with your rear hand in order to set up the jab. So I fake with my rear hand, then throw the jab. Now I demonstrate Gyakizuki, or the cross. This strike is thrown with your rear arm. When throwing the cross, it is very important to rotate your hips. This helps generate power. Also, remember that your elbow should not drift out to the side. You want to keep it tight to your body to prevent your opponent from spotting the strike. It is also very important to maintain your base. When you throw this punch, you want to enter with your whole body. If you lean forward in order to land the punch, your balance will be compromised, making it very difficult to follow up with a secondary strike. Again, don't lean forward or it will be hard to follow up with more strikes. Just as with the jab, you can throw the cross after leading with the fake. You can also throw the cross to your opponent's stomach. The cross can follow other strikes as well, such as a kick. There are many ways to set up the cross. You can set it up by throwing a low kick. You can set it up by faking with the sweep. The setup doesn't matter. What matters is that you throw the cross using the proper form. Now I will show you Osuki, the strongest punch in karate. You throw the punch with your rear arm, but you do so as you step your rear leg forward. Why is it the strongest punch? Because you throw the strike with all of your weight moving forward. It's a difficult punch to land on your opponent because it's a very long strike. In order to pull it off, you need to recognize when you have the proper distance, and this takes a sharp mind. If you don't have the distance to step forward, it's also possible to step your lead leg back and then step your rear leg forward to execute the punch. This allows you to use this technique even when you don't have enough distance between you and your opponent. Here's the alternate punch. The two variations are the same punch, but you change your footwork due to the distance between you and your opponent. With a normal punch, there is a good deal of distance between you and your opponent. With the alternate punch, there is less distance. The target for this punch can be your opponent's nose, mouth, whatever you want. It's a strong punch that will cause damage no matter where you land. It's important to keep your opposite arm up for protection. Always keep that arm up. This punch is a finisher, but because you have to cover so much distance, the best time to use it is when your opponent is tired. If he isn't tired, then you really have to push off quickly to cover the distance and land with your target. You can throw this punch from closer, but you have to use the alternate version in order to land. This is a punch that really requires an explosion. If you aren't explosive in your movements, then it won't be effective. As with the other strikes, you can set up this punch by leading with a different technique. This technique is called Moashisuki, or a hook. Here I show you how to throw the strike with your lead arm. It is important not to do a haymaker punch. If you throw your arm out to the side, your opponent will see it coming and defend against it. Even though the punch approaches its target from the side, you don't want to throw your arm backward to generate power. Now we'll show the hook from the side. It's also possible to take a small step forward and throw the hook. You can even execute a side step and then throw the hook. It's the same strike, but a different variation. If your opponent punches, then you can evade his strike using a side step and throw the hook at the same time. So it can be a very good counter when combined with footwork. Once again, you do not want to fling your arm way out to the side. And once you throw the strike, exit out to avoid your opponent's attacks. Now I'll demonstrate Moashisuki, or overhand, which is a very common punch in karate. However, most people open their elbow when they throw this punch, but we do not. We keep the punch tight until just prior to impact. It isn't until the last moment that we rotate our arm. So at the end of the strike, rotate your arm and strike with the first two knuckles of your hand. After you hit your target with the punch, you want to back away to avoid counter strikes. And you always want to keep your opposite hand up to protect your face. Now I will show you the uppercut. When you throw this punch, it is very important to use your hips to punch from bottom to top.
Chamada de hook. Você bate de baixo para cima. Muito importante nessa técnica.
To punch from bottom to top, to drive your fist upward into your target. Your opposite hand must stay up to protect your face.
Essa mão de guarda permanece em cima.
This punch can also be executed with your lead arm. In addition to throwing this punch to your opponent's chin, you can also target his stomach. And as I said previously, it can also be thrown with your lead arm. The uppercut can be thrown to your opponent's stomach or his face. Another good time to use the uppercut is when you throw a straight punch and your opponent drops low to shoot in for a takedown. As he lowers his level and comes forward, you throw the uppercut into his face. It is the same punch, but a different application. Now I'll show how to throw 2 uppercuts in a row while backing up. Notice how I strike from bottom to top. Now I'll show you Shihaito or Ridgehand strike. You don't see this punch a lot in other martial arts, but it is utilized quite often in karate. With this technique, your weapon is the ridge of your hand. Although it's an open hand strike, it can possess a lot of power and cause a lot of damage. It's similar to the overhand strike, but now you keep your hand open. Here my opponent throws a right punch, and I enter using Shihaito. I keep my opposite arm up to protect my face. This technique can also be used when you and your opponent are in opposite fighting stances, meaning you have opposite feet forward. The only difference now is that instead of throwing the strike with your lead hand, you use your rear hand. He throws a punch, and I counter with Shihaito. The target for this strike is the side of your opponent's jaw and his neck. Now I show Kudaki, or spinning back fist. To execute this technique, you trap your opponent's outstretched hand with your lead hand, rotate, and then hit him with the back fist. With this technique, you can utilize 2 different types of footwork. The first type is to slide your rear legs circularly across the mat as you rotate. The other type is to keep your back leg planted in its original position. The first method is better employed when you need to cover distance, and the second version is best when you're already within striking range. Always open your opponent's guard with your lead hand before executing this technique. This creates an opening for you to land your punch. Now I will spar with my brother using the punching techniques I demonstrated throughout this section. Now we'll show what we call in karate gempi, or over-the-top elbow strike. I'll begin with my rear arm. A lot of people will use a side elbow strike, but we throw the elbow over the top because it makes it a lot easier to strike your opponent's face. If you throw the elbow from the side, it can get hung up on your opponent's arms, so you strike over the top. While executing the strike, make sure to keep your opposite hand up to protect your face.
Mesma coisa com o braço da frente.
It is the same when you throw the strike with your lead arm. Again, it's possible to throw the elbow from the side, but most of the time your opponent's hands will be up, making it difficult to strike him in the face. In addition to this, throwing the elbow from the side makes it easy for your opponent to see it coming, and he can block it with his arms. When you throw your elbow over the top, it is much harder for your opponent to block. You want to throw your elbow right down the middle, right between your opponent's arms. The goal is to crash the tip of your elbow into your opponent's face.
A mão de guarda é muito importante que ela se mantenha em pé.
When you execute this strike properly, the tip of your elbow will slide down your opponent's face and do damage. It probably won't knock him out, but due to the sharpness of your elbow, you will probably open a cut. You don't need to hit deep. As long as you brush your opponent's face with the tip of your elbow, you'll most likely open a cut. Now we'll show the uppercut elbow, which is just as powerful as the previous elbow strike. However, instead of throwing your strike over the top and driving the tip of your elbow down into your opponent's face, you throw it from bottom to top.
Tá? Onde você pode atacar.
It is a very easy strike to apply, but it is best utilized when you are in close range with your opponent. So, you use it when you are in close range. If you are not within close range, then you can utilize a forward step and then throw the uppercut elbow. It can be done with either your lead or rear arm. The uppercut elbow can also be used as a counter when your opponent attacks.
Ou, então, ou.
To do this, you want to throw the uppercut elbow at the same time as you block your opponent's strike. Once more, you can use the uppercut elbow to either attack or defend. In my style, I use this elbow quite a lot as a defense. Every time I block one of my opponent's punches, I throw my opposite elbow upward to strike him in the face. Every time I block, I throw an uppercut elbow with my opposite arm. Always. Now I'm going to show the spinning elbow. As with all spinning attacks, the spinning elbow requires precision and visual control in order to hit your target. You can use this strike as an attack, or you can use it as a counterattack after defending one of your opponent's strikes. No matter how you use it, you must turn fast. It doesn't matter if you use it after countering a punch or a kick. You must quickly rotate or your back will be exposed, making you vulnerable. In addition to throwing the spinning elbow to your opponent's face, you can also throw it to his stomach. If your opponent kicks, you defend the kick and then follow up with the spinning elbow, either to his face or his stomach. I defend, hit to my opponent's stomach. Now I go to the face a little faster. Now to the stomach. Face. Stomach. This is a very dangerous strike because the elbow is hard and sharp. All you need to do is graze your opponent's face and you'll open a cut. Now I show Shirizaguri, better known as the straight knee. This is a linear strike that goes from bottom to top. When you lift your leg off the ground, it is very important to keep your foot pointing downward because it allows you to get more elevation out of your strike. If your foot is bent, you will not be able to bring your knee up as far. It also makes it more difficult to come up onto the ball of your grounded foot. An excellent way to set up this strike is to grab your opponent's lead arm with your lead hand. At the same time, you hook your rear hand around the back of your opponent's head and pull him into your strike. Remember, it's a linear knee. Utilizing hip movement is very important for generating power. If you do not use your hips, your strike will not be as powerful. Now I demonstrate how to cover more distance with the straight knee. To accomplish this, I step my rear foot forward and then throw the strike. To close the distance, you take a small step forward and then throw the knee. It's the same knee strike as the previous one, only now you are taking a step forward. When you are far away from an opponent, it can be very difficult to land a knee strike due to the shortness of your weapon. When I am far, I cannot knee, but after taking a step forward, I can hit my target much easier. However, it is very important that you make a quick step so as not to alert your opponent to your intentions. Now I demonstrate a circular knee, or side knee. The target for this strike will be the side of your opponent's body. Instead of shooting your knee straight into your target, you're going to approach your target from the side. The position of your foot is the same. Always point your toes downward. A lot of times when you are face to face with your opponent, he will be on the lookout for the straight knee. As a result, he leaves the sides of his body wide open.
Então é nessa hora que você vai dominar o braço, entrar na lateral.
To capitalize on this, I'll open his guard by grabbing his lead arm with my lead hand, enter, and attack his side with the side knee strike. Now I demonstrate the flying knee. To execute this technique, you do two knees, one right after the other. However, you do not need to bring your first knee strike high. It can be used as a fake. So, I throw the first knee, enter, and then connect with the second knee. The first knee is a fake to close the distance on my opponent, and then I strike with the second knee. It is important to note that this knee strike, as with all the others, can be executed from a variety of ranges.
Como falei anteriormente, normalmente essa joelhada ela pode ser
In this technique, you can determine the range with your first knee strike.
Tá na sua levantada do joelho. Você pode aplicar aqui perto. Não precisa estar longe.
If you are far away, then you can throw your first knee farther.
Depende, longe. Você vai pum, e entra.
If you are close, then your first knee will be a small movement. Whenever you throw this knee, you want to grab your opponent's head and pull it down to meet your strike.
Mais rápido.
Now a little faster. A little closer.
Longe.
Now I'm going to spar with my brother Shinzo using the kneeing techniques we just covered. Now I'm going to spar with my brother Shinzo using all of the techniques we covered.
Aí!
In DVD 2, I demonstrate how to combine the strikes in your arsenal to form effective combinations. For example, you throw a kick, follow up with a punch, and then land an elbow strike. I will demonstrate how each strike can set up the one to follow using the low-high principle. For example, you throw a kick low to your opponent's legs to draw his focus downward, and then you throw a punch to his face. Or you punch to your opponent's midsection and then throw a kick high to his head. It's possible to hit your opponent with one strike, but most of the time you need that second and third strike in order to knock your opponent out. Once you understand the movements involved in the combinations I've laid out, it is very important that you train them in such a manner that you gain vision of how to use them in a real fight. This means throwing each strike in your combination strong and fast. Because you can't throw strikes full force on your training partners, you need to practice your strikes on the pads. In this DVD, I've given you numerous punching combinations that you can do on the focus mitts. If you don't learn effective ways of putting your strikes together, it'll be much more difficult to land clean blows. I've also included a dozen punch, kick, elbow, knee combinations that you can do on the Thai pads. Next, I will demonstrate how to use strikes to set up sweeps and trips. When you do this, your opponent is much easier to take down. He becomes easy prey. I will also demonstrate how to use fake strikes to set up takedowns. Becoming proficient at striking to the takedown is very important. In several of my fights, I've used the techniques laid out in this DVD to take down very accomplished wrestlers. It is a tool you don't want to go without.
Pouco de alongamento aqui para iniciar o treinamento. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí gira o braço. Dois, três, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Embaixo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coloca o cotovelo no chão. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Lateral. Cabeça no joelho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. Cabeça no joelho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dobra as pernas. Olha pra cima. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puxa aqui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mostra as pernas. E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí. Pro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frente. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abriu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Deita atrás. Lateral. Outro lado. Muito importante alongar a coluna, as pernas. Gira o tornozelo. 2, 3, 4, 5. Puxou. Esticou. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puxou. Esticou. Borboleta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coloca o braço, alonga a articulação do ombro. Outro braço. O corpo tem que estar todo mole, bastante relaxado. Ao contrário. Ao contrário. Coluna agora, longa. Atrás. Aí vai levantando, ó. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A respiração é muito importante no alongamento. Ombro. Ok. Agora.
Now I will demonstrate how to set up a strike using a fake punch. It is very important for you to remove your opponent's lead hand so that you can land a clean punch.
Porque é muito importante você tirar a mão da frente do oponente.
When you push his lead hand to one side or the other, it clears a path for your strike. This is very important. For example, I push his hand aside and enter with the punch. I push it aside and enter with the hit. I push his hand aside so he cannot defend my strike. I open and enter with my punch. This hand movement is very important. I hit and enter with my elbow. I use the fake punch to open a path for my second strike. I will show you one more time. One more time. I always touch his arm and clear it out of the way. Now I'll show Gyakizuki. This is a straight punch, and like I always say, straight punches are hard to connect with. So here I set it up with a low kick to the inside of my opponent's leg. It's not that you can't connect with a straight punch when you throw it by itself. It's certainly possible, but it is more difficult because your opponent is waiting for the punch. When you set it up using another strike such as a kick, it draws your opponent's attention away from the punch. So in this case, I use a kick to set up my punch. I kick to the leg and then follow up with the cross. One more time. Remember, your guard hand should always remain high. When I kick my opponent's leg, it isn't hard. I just touch his leg to draw his attention down to the lower half of his body, and then I land a punch to his face. Now I will enter using my lead hand, a technique called Kazamizuki, or the jab. Just as I did in the previous technique, I use a kick to the inside of my opponent's lead leg to set up the jab. I throw a low kick to pull his attention downward, and then I throw a jab to his face. It's also very important to hit and then exit. Notice how I throw the jab and then move off to the side. If my opponent were to throw a counter strike, I would be out of the way. To increase your chances of landing the jab, you can also move your opponent's lead arm to the side prior to throwing the jab. Now we'll demonstrate a technique where you throw a kick to your opponent's back leg, but instead of pulling your leg back into your stance, you drop it down to the mat and change your stance. Now your lead arm is in the back, allowing you to throw a powerful punch. So you throw a low kick to the outside of your opponent's lead leg, drop your foot to the mat, and then enter with the left cross. You have two options. You can throw the first strike like a fake to draw your opponent's attention downward, and then follow up with the punch. Or you can throw the kick hard so that it causes damage, and then enter with the punch. It is up to you. The first method is faster, but in the second method, your kick is more powerful. It's very important not to throw the kick like this. You always want to keep your body erect and use your hips. Now I show a kicking combination where I step laterally. This allows me to remove myself from my opponent's line of fire and obtain a dominant angle of attack. I throw my first kick to my opponent's leg to drop his focus low, and then I finish with a high kick to his head.
Movimento normal. Sempre saindo da direção, isso é muito importante. Pouquinho mais rápido.
Moving to the outside of my opponent's lead leg to obtain a dominant angle of attack. A little faster now. A little faster now.
Agora uma combinação que, por exemplo,
Once more, exiting to the outside of my opponent's lead leg, and then kick.
Vou usar a combinação de perna da frente, saindo para a lateral, para entrar num ângulo que ele não possa ver o meu chute. Então eu chuto, caio para o lado e chuto aqui de novo. Mais uma vez.
A little faster now. Now we'll show knee dungari. Again, you will do 2 kicks in a row. So you throw the first kick, and before your foot touches down, you throw the second kick. It can be a difficult technique to pull off, so it's best utilized after the first round of a fight when your opponent is moving slower. If you practice this combination tirelessly, then you will develop a feel for when you can use it in a fight. What you don't want is a lag between kicks. You want to throw one right after the other. A little faster. Slow. I touch with my first kick, and then I throw the second kick hard. A little faster now. Slow. Fast. Now I will combine some of the techniques I already showed to form a larger combination. Here you throw a kick to the outside of your opponent's lead leg, drop your foot to the mat, and throw a cross. Immediately after, you exit to the outside of your opponent's lead leg and throw a jab to his chin. So I combine 2 techniques I've already shown. Next, I conclude with a low kick. Remember, you always want to go high and then low, or low and then high to confuse your opponent.
Primeiro nisso, tá?
Now I'll show a very fast kick-punch combination. First, you throw a kick to your opponent's stomach. Normally you can kick with either your shin or the ball of your foot, but because you're going to immediately follow up with a punch, you want to kick with your shin in this particular case. So I throw the kick, and as I pull my leg back into my stance, I throw the punch. You don't want to pull your leg back and then punch. You want to punch at the same time as you bring your leg back. Notice how I use the backward momentum of my leg to generate power for the punch. Again, it is very important to throw the punch as you're retracting your leg. Both should be done at the same time. Now I demonstrate how to throw a rear round kick to your opponent's midsection and then follow up with the spinning back fist. It is important to notice that my opponent and me are in opposite fighting stances, which makes this technique possible. I'm in a southpaw stance, meaning my right foot is forward, and my opponent is in a standard stance, meaning his left foot is forward. So you want to throw the kick diagonally, but instead of pulling your leg back into your stance, you circle it around your opponent's body, plant your foot to the outside of his lead leg, and then continue with the rotation and throw a back fist. Medium speed. Pass and turn. A little faster. Same movement. Exiting a little faster. Now I show a front kick, Maigari, followed by a jab. With the front kick, it is very important to elevate your heel towards your buttocks. So, front kick, and then the jab. You can follow up with another hit if you like, but these two strikes are the main combination. A little faster. It is very important not to move your shoulders before throwing the front kick because it telegraphs your movement. If your opponent sees the kick, he will defend against it. Your shoulders must stay put. So you kick, and instead of pulling your foot back into your stance, you step forward and enter with the jab. A little faster. With Maigari, the positioning of your shoulders are very important. Now I show a front kick, Maigari, followed by a jab. With the front kick, it is very important to elevate your heel towards your buttocks. So, front kick and then the jab. You can follow up with another hit if you like, but these two strikes are the main combination. A little faster. It is very important not to move your shoulders before throwing the front kick because it telegraphs your movement. If your opponent sees the kick, he will defend against it. Your shoulders must stay put. So you kick, and instead of pulling your foot back into your stance, you step forward and enter with the jab. A little faster. With Maigari, the positioning of your shoulders is very important. Now we'll show Shidangiri. This is another sequence where you do two kicks, one right after the other. You do Maigari, or front kick, followed by Mawashigari, or round kick. With the front kick, it is very important not to move your shoulders or you will telegraph your kick. If you telegraph, your opponent will see the kick coming and defend against it. So you throw the front kick with your rear leg, and instead of pulling your leg back into your stance, you drop it straight down to the mat. This puts you in close range and allows you to throw a round kick to your opponent's head. I throw the kick medium speed.
Novamente.
A little faster. It is important that you do not lag between kicks. You want to throw one right after the other. The less time you have between kicks, the better. Now we'll show a step, followed by Keikomi, or sidekick, and then Gyakizuki, which is a straight punch. The important part about this technique is that you remove yourself from your opponent's center line with the side step. So, you move away from your center line, throw a side kick to his stomach, and then follow up with a punch.
Pouco mais rápido.
Now I show another punch kick sequence. In this one, you do a jumping front kick and then throw a jab followed by an uppercut.
Seguido de Oizuki, Gyakuzuki ou gancho.
A little faster.
Mais rápido. Nikiri. Gancho. Uma vez só.
Now I show a combination which involves a hook kick followed by a cross and then a knee. Notice how I move toward my opponent while throwing the cross to cover distance. So, you want to throw the hook kick to your opponent's head, pull your leg back into your stance, step forward with the cross, and then drive a knee into your opponent's midsection. In this combination, I show how to throw a hook kick to the inside of your opponent's lead leg when the two of you are in opposite fighting stances, meaning you have opposite feet forward. Although this kick is not very common, it is a very effective technique. By throwing this strike low, you not only pull your opponent's focus downward, but you can also disrupt his balance.
Usar o
When you throw
calcanhar.
the kick, you want to connect using the heel of your foot. So after landing the kick, immediately follow up with a cross to your opponent's face.
Vou dar com a caneta. Dá com a batata.
This combination can also be done with a little step,
Velocidade
medium speed.
Vou cair dentro.
Now a little faster. You want to strike your target using your heel.
Calcanhar para bater.
In this technique, you attack the lower portion of your opponent's lead leg with a sweeping kick to disrupt his balance and pull his focus low. After accomplishing this, you follow up with a cross and then step forward and throw a jumping knee to your opponent's midsection. Because your opponent will most likely backstep when you hit him with the cross, you need to close the distance in order to land the knee. That's why you want to do the jumping knee. You must follow your opponent's backward retreat in order to land the knee. In this technique, you start by stepping forward with the cross. It's certainly alright to land with the cross, but your main goal with throwing it is to momentarily blind your opponent to your second punch, which is a hook. So you don't need to follow all the way through with your first punch. It can be a fake. As you throw the cross, it is very important that you step forward. This closes the distance and puts you in range to land the hook. So you throw the cross and then you follow with the hook. A little faster. Notice how I enter with my first strike and then exit with my second strike. After throwing the hook, I am no longer standing in front of my opponent, which makes it difficult for him to hit me with the counterpunch. Enter with your first strike and then exit with the second strike. One more time. 1, 2. Faster. This is another technique where you begin by stepping forward with the cross. Again, your goal is not to land the cross, but to momentarily blind your opponent so he can land your second strike, which in this case is a round kick to his head. Just as with the last technique, it is important to step forward with the cross to cover distance. Notice here how stepping forward also positions my hips to throw a powerful kick. 1, 2. Fast.
Essa técnica que eu vou mostrar.
With this technique, you take a small step forward with the cross to blind your opponent and position your hips, and then you follow up with the kick to his face.
E colocar o chute no rosto. Chute. Mais uma vez. Solto. Pouco mais rápido.
This is a 3-strike combination. You start off with the cross, then you throw a lead hook, and then you step toward the outside of your opponent's body and throw a round kick to his head. With your first punch, the cross, you don't need to worry about hitting your opponent. You throw it to distract him from your second strike, which is the hook. You also don't have to hit really hard with the hook. Still, your goal is to distract and confuse your opponent. However, you want to put power into the kick. That is the goal of this combination, to land a powerful kick.
Pouco mais rápido.
Now a little faster. little
pouco mais
faster.
rápido agora.
A little faster now.
Gyaku. Cruza.
In this combination, you throw a jab, a cross, and then follow up with a spinning hook kick. Your goal is not to land your first two punches. They are more of a fake. The reason you throw them is to distract your opponent and set up the spinning hook kick. So you throw the jab, the cross, and then turn for the kick. 1, 2, and turn.
Bota a mão. 1, 2, enrola. Bate com o peito no pé.
Faster.
1, 2.
The important thing is to hit with your heel on the kick. When you train with a partner, you can connect using the bottom of your foot so he doesn't get hurt. But in a fight, you definitely want to connect with your heel. Now, faster. Like I said before, the first two punches are fakes that distract your opponent and allow you to land a powerful kick.
1, 2.
Now faster.
1, 2.
Faster. Here I demonstrate a jab, cross, hook combination. Here I show a cross-hook cross combination.
Cruzado no rosto, indireto no rosto.
Now I show a jab, uppercut, hook combination. The jab and the hook are done with your lead arm, and the uppercut is done with your rear arm. In this combination, I step my lead leg toward the inside of my opponent's body to make him think I'm heading in that direction. And then I quickly change my angle by stepping my rear foot toward the outside of his body. When done quickly, this gives me a dominant angle of attack and allows me to follow up with a cross, an uppercut, and then another cross. In this combination, I demonstrate how to throw a lead hook, followed by a rear uppercut. The hook is used to enter in and close the distance, and then you land a powerful uppercut. In this technique, I show how to throw two jabs, a cross, a lead uppercut, and then an overhand right.
E swing por cima.
Here I demonstrate a combination that involves 3 very fast punches. You throw a jab, a cross, and then another jab. In this combination, the focus should be on speed. In this combination, you begin by throwing a cross and then stepping your rear foot forward. If you start in a standard stance, this puts you into a southpaw stance. With your left arm now in the rear, you throw another cross, except now it's done with your left arm. Next, you follow up with an overhand right. In this combination, you throw a jab, a cross, a lead uppercut, and then a rear over-the-top elbow. When you throw the elbow, you want to come down between your opponent's arms and connect with his face. In this combination, you throw a jab, a cross, a lead uppercut elbow, and then a rear over-the-top elbow. So with the elbow strikes, the first one goes from bottom to top, and the second one goes from top to bottom. In this combination, you throw a jab, a cross, a lead front kick, and then another cross. This combination involves throwing a jab, a cross, a lead hook, and then a rear round kick to your opponent's head. Now I show how to throw a jab, a cross, and then a spinning back kick with your rear leg. You begin this combination by throwing a jab and then a cross. Next, you do 2 kicks in a row. First, you throw a rear low kick to the outside of your opponent's lead leg. Before you drop your leg to the mat, you throw a second round kick to his head using your opposite leg. Both kicks are done back to back. One to the leg, and one to the head. In this combination, you begin by throwing a cross and stepping your rear foot forward. This puts you in a perfect position to throw a knee to your opponent's midsection, and after landing the knee, you follow up with another cross to your opponent's head. As with most of my combinations, you switch between striking low and striking high. In this combination, you throw a cross, a lead uppercut, and then execute a jumping knee. The first two strikes knock your opponent backwards, and then you hunt him down with the jumping knee to his midsection. So in this combination, you do two strikes that go from bottom to top. First the uppercut, and then the knee. In this combination, I throw a rear front kick to my opponent's midsection, a jab, and follow up with a spinning back fist. Notice how when I throw the spinning back fist, I keep my opposite arm up to protect my head from counter strikes. Now we'll show a combination that is a bit more complex. I throw a jab, a cross, and then a spinning hook kick to my opponent's head. It is important to pay special attention to my footwork in this combination. In this combination, I throw a lead front kick, a cross, a lead uppercut elbow, and then a rear over-the-top elbow. So there are two elbow strikes. One goes from bottom to top, and the other goes from top to bottom. In this situation, I start in a southpaw stance and my opponent is in a standard stance. I throw a rear low kick to the inside of his lead leg, but instead of pulling my leg back into my stance, I drop my foot to the mat. Having closed some of the distance between us, I throw a cross and then a lead uppercut. In this combination, I throw a rear front kick, but instead of pulling my leg back into my stance, I drop my foot down to the mat. This allows me to close some of the distance between my opponent and me. Next, I circle my left leg around the front of my opponent and throw a hook kick into the side of his head. To finish, I throw a cross to his face. The technique I'm showing now is not very known because it is primarily used in karate. To begin, I trap my opponent's lead arm and drive it into his body, disrupting his balance. Next, I throw a right cross, but instead of punching him in the face, I shoot my hand to the side of his head. Still controlling his left arm with my right hand, I step my right leg behind his legs. To execute the takedown, all I have to do is drive into him with my right arm.
pouquinho mais rápido.
This technique works best when your opponent's lead leg is lined up with your lead leg. It makes the takedown a lot easier to manage.
Devagar.
Notice how my left foot is right in front of his left foot. This is the positioning that you want to assume because it makes it a lot easier to step behind his legs. Now I show a method for taking your opponent down. First, I throw a lead low kick toward the inside of my opponent's lead leg. My intentions aren't to land the kick, but rather to get my opponent to lift his leg to block the kick. The instant he does this, I hook my lead hand around the inside of his lead leg, place my rear hand on his shoulder, step behind him, and push him backward over my leg. By placing my hands in the right spot and pushing him backward, I trip him over my leg.
Mais uma vez devagar. Essa mão vai na altura do peito.
This is another takedown. Just as with the last technique, I fake with the low kick to the inside of my opponent's lead leg. This causes him to elevate his lead leg in order to block my kick. As he blocks, I drop my lead foot to the mat, pivot on my lead leg, and then kick his grounded leg out from underneath him using my rear leg. Notice how as I kick his leg, I also use my lead arm to help push him backward. Fake the kick, enter, and then kick his leg. In this technique, I throw a rear round kick toward my opponent's head, causing him to lean back to avoid it. Instead of following through with the kick, I plant my rear foot behind my opponent's lead leg. At the same time, I place my rear hand on his chest. To trip him over my lead leg, all I have to do is push on his chest.
Derrubando. Eu faço que vou chutar aí. Eu faço que vou chutar aí. Mais uma vez devagar, mostrando. Eu faço que vou chutar e entro. Um pouco mais rápido.
In this situation, my opponent and me are in opposite stances. To get the takedown, I sweep his lead leg using my rear leg. However, I first have to set up the technique. I accomplish this by throwing a cross, which disrupts his base. Immediately after landing the cross, I place my hand on his neck and hook my rear leg around his lead leg. To get the takedown, all I have to do is sweep his leg out from underneath him. It is important to notice that upon throwing the cross, I control his lead arm with my lead arm. This allows me to land the cross clean, as well as prevents him from throwing a counter strike.
Mais uma vez. Mais uma vez.
In this situation, my opponent and me are again in opposite stances. To begin, I step to the outside of his body to acquire a dominant angle of attack and throw a jab. After the jab, I throw an inside kick to my opponent's midsection. This sets me up to sweep his lead leg out from underneath him and score the takedown. So in this combination, you're using strikes to off-balance your opponent. Then, you execute the sweep. So here I throw the punch, kick, punch again, and then execute the takedown. Again, I show you how to sweep your opponent following a punch-kick combination. Of course, you want to cause damage with the strikes, but their main intention is to off-balance your opponent and set up the takedown. Before throwing the jab, you want to step to the outside of your opponent's body and hold on to your opponent's lead hand. This makes it harder for him to protect himself. Then you strike to his chin and sweep. This technique is called the Scissor Sweep. It's a more complex combination, so it's best to use it after some time has passed in the fight. That way, your opponent won't be waiting for you to make an unorthodox movement. He will be more comfortable fighting you. Although the movement is somewhat simple, it must be used at the right time in a fight. If you use it at the wrong time, you could end up in a compromising position. Starting in opposite fighting stances, you want to grab your opponent's lead arm using your lead hand. Once accomplished, drop your rear hand down to the mat between your legs, throw your rear leg behind your opponent's lead leg, throw your lead leg in front of your opponent's legs, and then scissor your legs to score the takedown. Now a little faster.
Mais uma vez explicando em outro ângulo.
You want to grab your opponent's lead arm, drop your opposite hand to the mat, throw your rear leg behind his legs, throw your lead leg in front of his legs, and then scissor your legs together. Now a little faster. Now I'm going to spar with my brother Shinzo using the takedowns and sweeps I demonstrated in this section.
Queda do meu pai, normal, meu. Fica com a machida. Não, eu. Show. Tirou. Tesoura. Queda do meu pai. Acho que queda ali. Fica pra trás. Em casa do
In this DVD, I will focus on counterattacks, the clinch, and defending against your opponent's takedowns. In addition to learning the basic techniques, it is also very important that you focus on timing. As you will soon see, timing is very, very important. If your timing is off, utilizing one of the countering measures I lay out could be hazardous. Instead of evading your opponent's attack and landing one of your own, you suffer the hit. Along these same lines, it is very important to develop a keen sense of distance. If you attempt to throw a kick and there is not adequate distance between you and your opponent, again, you will suffer rather than your opponent. If you want to keep a fight standing, it is very important to spend some time on the takedown defense portion of this DVD. It is also important for those of you who would rather take the fight to the ground because the techniques will often allow you to attain the top position, which in most cases is more advantageous to you. The clinch is just as important because it is often a difficult position to avoid. If your opponent is determined to tie you up, you must know how to gain the upper hand. By establishing the holds I've laid out, you create openings to land hard strikes or even take your opponent down. However, if your opponent manages to get a more dominant hold, you've also got to know how to escape. If you fail to learn these defensive techniques, you're basically putty in your opponent's hands. He can take you down, land strikes, all sorts of nasty stuff. If you take the time to master all the techniques I've laid out, in addition to the striking and grappling techniques I've laid out on the other DVDs, you will have a well-rounded game.
Não levanta muito não. Vamos no braço. Vai. Vai pra frente. Vai. Olha logo a minha perna deitada no chão. Abre a perna agora. Vamos aqui até pra puxar.
I would like to talk for a moment about timing and sense of distance in my fighting style, both of which are very important. For example, when an opponent attacks, I will often use what we call a counter strike. My opponent throws a punch or kick, but I time his movements and hit him with the strike before he can connect with his strike. So I base my strike off my opponent's movements. Another counter is what we call Nikiri in karate. With this counter, you defend with your footwork rather than a block. For example, if my opponent throws a strike and I stand right in front of him, I will take a hit. With Nikiri, my opponent attacks and I exit to avoid his strike. Having missed his punch, my opponent is left off balance and I am in a good position to fire back with a strike of my own. Just as with countering, Nikiri takes exceptional timing. Sense of distance is also very important. I will only move back enough to avoid my opponent's strike, nothing more. If I misread his movement and don't move back far enough, I will get hit. If I misread his movement and move back too far, I will not be in a good position to follow up with a strike of my own. However, it is much easier to read your opponent's movements when you fight at a distance. If you fight up close, you will not see the strike coming until it is too late. This is why I always fight at a distance. When you close that distance, it is very important to do so with strikes. When your opponent attempts to close the distance, you move out of range of his strike and then launch a counter strike. Now, if your opponent manages to close the distance and you don't have the time to get out of the way, then you will execute a block. However, blocking should be a secondary strategy. You always want to utilize footwork first. I always say the best defense is footwork. If you have the strategy of using your arms to block your opponent's attacks, you will be at a much higher risk of getting knocked out or hit. The only time you want to block is when you can't escape using footwork. For example, my opponent throws a cross and I can't use footwork to escape, so I block his strike. He then throws another punch and I block that one. However, if I continue to stand here and block, eventually he will hit me, so I move away from him as quickly as possible using footwork. The greatest defense comes from distance. For example, if my opponent wants to throw a punch, he must enter into my range. However, when he enters in and throws a punch, I extend my range. If he throws another punch and enters, I again extend my distance. If he comes in yet again, then I exit off to the side. I am always using side-to-side movement in combination with Nikiri. When I feel cornered, as a last resort, I will use a block. Now I am going to show you how to use timing in a fight, which is very, very important. We will start with countering a round kick using a cross. In order to apply this strike, you need to train it many, many times. You should train it so much that you do not have to see the kick coming. You feel it coming. You can tell by your opponent's initial movements exactly what he's going to do. When my opponent begins his strike, I enter and counter before he can throw it. Once he begins to move, I move with him. With speed, it looks a little like this. My opponent begins to throw his strike, and I quickly close the distance and strike one of his vital points. Once more slowly. Though he took the initiative with his strike, I am beating him to the punch with my counter strike. Now I demonstrate how to counter an opponent's round kick with a right cross, and then follow up with the sweep. When I strike my opponent, he will get forced backwards. Before he can re-establish his base, I follow up by sweeping his grounded leg out from underneath him.
Aí eu vou mostrar o golpe. Mais uma vez, devagar.
Once more slowly. The technique I show now has the same timing as a counter strike. It is a very common technique in karate, but not as common in other styles. When my opponent throws a round kick, I will switch my stance and enter in with my opposite leg and hand. It is important that the strike is very explosive. It is also very important that you elevate your opposite arm to block. The goal is to land your strike before your opponent can land his kick, thereby reducing all power behind his kick.
Mantendo a distância, rápido.
But in case your timing is off, it is very important to put up your block. This is another technique for evading and countering an opponent's round kick. Reading his movements, I see that he's about to throw a round kick. As a result, I step my lead leg back to evade his strike. It is very important to keep your hips square until you rotate for your kick. If you move your center of gravity as you step back, not only will it take longer to evade your opponent's strike, but you will also lose power in your kick. It is important to move with your opponent. As he enters with his kick, you step back and then throw your kick. Once more slowly. As he kicks, I retract my front leg and throw my kick. Now I demonstrate how to counter an opponent's round kick using a spinning back kick. It is a complex technique. You have to turn and kick to your opponent's stomach before he can land his kick. So your opponent kicks and you turn and kick with him. When you spin, it adds power to your kick. A little faster now to show the movement. Once more, my opponent kicks, and I turn and throw a back kick. Now I will spar with my brother, countering his round kicks using the techniques I just demonstrated. In this technique, I step my lead foot to the outside of my opponent's body, leading him to believe that I will throw a round kick. Normally, my opponent will attempt to counter my movement by throwing a jab. However, immediately after stepping my lead foot to the outside of his body, I move to the opposite side of his body. Not only does my footwork cause my opponent to miss with his jab, but also puts me in a perfect position to counter with a cross. A little faster. Once more slowly. A little faster. Now faster. I do the initial step already knowing where I'm going to go. This is another technique you can use to counter your opponent's jab. It also works well when your opponent doesn't throw a punch. Either way. So my opponent throws a jab and I step to the outside of his lead foot. In addition to removing my head from my center line and causing him to miss his punch, it sets me up to throw a Ridgehand strike to the side of his jaw. I can strike with the blade of my hand, or I can strike with the first two knuckles. Once I strike my opponent, I hook my left hand across his body and hook my right hand behind his lead leg. To get the takedown, I push into his chest with my left hand and pull his left leg with my right arm. Now at normal speed. Like I said before, this strike can be done with an open or closed hand. When you strike your opponent's chin, it is very effective. It works great to counter your opponent's jab. You want to hit your opponent's chin with your strike. The technique is applied the same when you're countering the jab as you would when entering with this technique. After landing the strike, one hand goes to his chest and the other hooks around his leg. You can strike with an open hand or a fist. After landing the strike, you immediately take him down.
Jogou o jab, entrei, sempre aprumando o adversário.
After executing the takedown, always end up on top of your opponent. Here I demonstrate how to counter an opponent's rear hook using a straight cross when in opposite fighting stances. To begin, I spot my opponent's hook coming and step my lead foot to the outside of his lead leg. At the same time, I throw a cross straight down the pipe. Because a straight punch has to travel less distance than a circular one, I land my strike before he can land his. Immediately after landing the cross, I follow up with the lead hook to the side of his jaw. Notice how I circle my rear leg around as I throw the hook. This gives me an even more dominant angle of attack, making it more difficult for my opponent to follow up with another strike. Slowly. Now fast. This is the same situation as the last. My opponent and me are in opposite fighting stances, and he throws a rear hook. Spotting his punch coming, I counter with the cross. However, in this situation, my strike forces my opponent backwards. Instead of following up with a lead hook, I throw a front kick, step forward to switch my stance, and then throw another cross. The kick can be to your opponent's stomach or to his face. A little faster. Slowly. In this scenario, my opponent steps forward and throws a cross, and I evade his strike by stepping backward and throwing a cross of my own. This utilizes both timing and distance and works wonderfully against fighters who like to advance when they throw punches. Instead of holding my ground, I will step back and counter. When you throw your punch, it doesn't have to be straight. It can come from over the top. Slowly. Faster. You step back to avoid the strike, and then push off your back leg and throw the punch. Now fast. This is another technique for evading the cross. However, instead of retreating backward, you step off to the side to evade your opponent's strike. At the same time, you counter with the lead hook. Landing the hook will open a pathway for the uppercut. And once you land the uppercut, hook your hand around the back of your opponent's head, pull his body into you, and throw a rear knee to his midsection. Normal speed. Now fast. Once more, slowly. I exit with the hook and then enter with the uppercut and the knee. Fast movement now. This is yet another technique for countering a cross. In this one, my opponent throws the cross and I slide my lead foot back to my rear foot to create distance between us. Once accomplished, I throw a front kick with my rear leg, step my kicking leg forward, throw a jab, and then follow up with a cross. Although my opponent initiated the attack, I am the one landing strikes. A little faster. Now slow. exit, kick, enter, enter. A little faster. In this scenario, my opponent and me begin in opposite fighting stances. He throws a right cross, and I counter by stepping my lead foot to the outside of his lead foot. This removes my head from my center line. At the same time, I throw a cross of my own, landing to my opponent's face. Although we have already covered this technique, my opponent's reaction is different. Instead of backing away after I land the punch, he drops his elevation and shoots in for a takedown. Opponents will often do this when injured. To prevent him from accomplishing his goal, I position my elbows in front of his shoulders. Notice how this makes it very difficult for him to reach my legs. As he drives forward, reaching, I step back and then turn and pivot around him. Notice how this disrupts his forward momentum. After completing the turn, I push him away from me, land a kick, and then throw a punch. He enters, I defend, kick, and punch. Fast. Now I show how to counter a cross using a spinning back kick. This technique requires more distance between you and your opponent. If you're close, not only will your opponent be able to hit you, but you won't have enough room to land the kick. To prevent the technique from working against me, I will retract my lead leg as my opponent punches to create distance between us. Then I will kick. Slow. And now fast. One more time. I will create space when my opponent throws his punch by retracting my lead leg and then kick. Slow. And now fast. Now I spar with my brother using the countering techniques I just demonstrated. A lot of times when you throw a punch such as a jab, your opponent will drop his elevation to evade the strike and then quickly shoot in underneath the strike and go for a takedown. As long as you perceive his elevation drop, you can counter using this technique. So I throw a jab, my opponent ducks underneath it and shoots in. Having spotted his elevation drop, I slide my lead leg back as I pull my jab back into my stance. At the same time, I pivot on my back foot and throw a rear uppercut. Normal movement. A little faster. Once more, I throw a jab, my opponent shoots in, and I counter with the uppercut. This is another technique for countering a takedown. So, my opponent comes forward to scoop up my legs. To counter, I place one hand on his head and the other hand on his shoulder, slide my lead foot back slightly, and throw a rear knee to his face. If your opponent is especially close when he shoots in, you might need to retract your front leg more in order for the technique to work. This is something you will get the hang of during training. you will develop a better understanding of distance. Let's do it again at normal speed. Now fast. Once more slowly. And now fast. When your opponent shoots in for a takedown, a lot of times you won't have the time or footwork needed to evade his attack. In such a situation, your elbows are very important. When my opponent comes in, I will drive my elbows in front of his shoulders to slow his forward progress. If your elbows are up, there is nothing stopping him from entering and controlling your legs. Your elbows must be placed in front of his shoulders. This stops him cold. Once accomplished, I will place one hand over the other or simply place my palms on the back of my opponent's head. No matter which grip I choose, I retract my hips to create distance. Then, the next step is to drive my knee forward, striking my opponent's midsection or face. Now normal speed. First, block. Slowly, he enters and I block. Then I enter with the knee. Now fast. If your goal is to keep a fight standing, then you need to know how to avoid your opponent's takedowns by sprawling and then working back to your feet. I demonstrate how to do this in the following sequence. In this technique, your arms play a very important role. As my opponent shoots in, I dive both of my arms in front of his near shoulder to stifle his forward energy. For the best results, I cup my arms underneath his body on his torso and paste my torso to his back. As he reaches for my legs, I drive my hips down to the mat. With my upper body driving into his upper body, as my legs go back, his energy is redirected downward instead of into me. Notice how even when I land, I keep my arms tucked under his body for control. To get back to my feet from the sprawl control position, I pull my arms out from underneath his body and place my left hand on the back of his head. By pushing down into his head, I can prevent him from redirecting his energy forward. Remember, where the head goes, the body follows. From there, I pop back up to my feet. Driving your hips to the mat as you sprawl your legs back is very important because it prevents your opponent from latching onto your legs and redirects his forward energy into the ground. If you keep your hips forward when you go down and your opponent is an explosive wrestler, he will be able to latch onto your legs, draw them into his body, and then score the takedown. If your legs are back and your hips flat to the mat, he won't be able to reach them. Now I demonstrate how to sprawl, which is quite different from the takedown defense I've already showed. When my opponent shoots in, I pummel my left arm underneath his right arm. My right arm is to the outside of my opponent's left arm. As he comes forward, I lower my weight onto him and sprawl my legs back. Once accomplished, I reach my left arm underneath his body and obtain control of his right arm and pull it into his body. Hugging my body to his, I reach my right arm over his body and circle around to his back. Notice how my right arm is tight to his body. With my opponent controlled, I am now free to strike. I can punch while kneeling. Or I can come up, keep my hands on my opponent to hold him down, and kick to his midsection. To cause the most damage, you don't want to kick with the top of your foot. You want to kick with the ball of your foot. Now faster.
Segurei. Empurra.
When my opponent shoots in, I block by placing my elbows in front of his shoulders and sprawling my hips back. As I demonstrated before, this sets me up perfectly to throw a knee. However, sometimes my opponent will capture my leg and attempt a single leg takedown. If he places his head to the inside of my body, I will prevent him from accomplishing his goal by driving his head away from me and pulling my leg free. Slowly. So, I block his takedown, knee, push his head away, and pull my leg free. I defend, sprawl my hips back, knee. He grabs my leg, I push his head down, and pull my leg free. A little faster now. This is another technique you can use to defend against a single leg takedown. As my opponent snatches up my lead leg, I push his head away using my left hand. This creates space between our bodies and allows me to wrap my right arm around the top of his left arm, establishing an overhook. At the same time, I circle my right foot to the outside of his left leg. Next, I grab his right elbow with my left hand. Once I accomplish all of these things, I will lift his arms upward using my arms and drive my captured foot towards the floor, breaking his grip. Once more. Opponent enters, I defend. I press on his head, establish an overhook, grab his elbow, lift his arms upward, and drive my foot toward the floor. My opponent grabs the single. I establish an overhook with my right arm, circle my right leg to the outside of his leg, then I control his elbow, pull his arms upward, and step my foot to the floor. Now I spar with my brother using the takedown defense techniques I just demonstrated. In karate competition, you do not utilize the clinch. However, in Machida martial arts, our karate, we train the clinch a lot. It is super important to include the clinch in your training because in a real fight where there are few rules, the clinch is very effective for closing the distance and doing damage to your opponent. So, I demonstrate several clinch techniques and when they are best applied. If your goal is to strike with punches and kicks, it is best to try to maintain distance. But if you lose that distance, you've got to understand how to establish the clinch and throw knees and elbows. So I highly recommend spending some time with this section. There are many ways to control your opponent in the clinch. You can establish the Muay Thai clinch, which is where you place your elbows in your opponent's chest and cup one hand over the other behind his head. You can also change your grip by cupping your palms together. You can wrap one hand behind your opponent's head and control his far arm by cupping your hand over his biceps. If you have a collar tie and your opponent has a collar tie, you can cup your free hand over his arm for control. You can keep your one collar tie and establish an underhook with your opposite arm. And then you can remove your collar tie and place your hand on the side of your opponent's head to force him away from you. There are techniques you can do from each of these controls, so you should practice them as much as possible to get a feeling for how they work. Now I demonstrate how to throw a knee from the Muay Thai clinch. When you establish this position, you can cup your hands around the back of your opponent's neck, or you can cup them higher up on his head. When you do this, you can really pull his head downward. He doesn't have enough strength in his neck to resist the pressure you can apply with your arms. This allows you to drive a knee into his midsection. If you keep your hands clasped behind his neck, you will still have good leverage to pull his head down and land a knee. Once more, you enter and secure control of your opponent's head. You can cup around the back of his neck or higher up on his head. When you have control, drive in a knee. When you establish the Muay Thai clinch, you want to cause as much damage as possible. So now I demonstrate how to throw a sequence of knee strikes that can score you the knockout. Right after you secure your opponent's head, throw the first knee strike I demonstrated in the previous technique. Next, pull your leg back, switch the positioning of your feet, and throw a knee with your opposite leg. You can keep on going like this until your opponent manages to escape. Once more from another angle. After you establish the clinch, throw a sequence of knees. Faster. Now I demonstrate how to throw a lateral knee. It's not a technique that a lot of people use, but it is very effective. To execute this knee, I will establish head and arm control. I accomplish this by keeping my left hand hooked around the back of my opponent's neck and placing my right hand on his left biceps. Next, I will pull his head down using my left hand and lift his left arm using my right hand. This creates a clear pathway for me to land a side knee to his ribs. So, set your opponent up and then throw the knee. Now from the other side, I pull my opponent's head down and lift his left arm. This exposes his left side for the side knee.
Quando eu levanto, ele fica exposto essa região aqui. Seguro, joelhado.
A little faster.
Da pegada de clinch.
Now I will demonstrate how to use the Muay Thai clinch to off-balance your opponent. Sometimes when you establish the clinch, your opponent is very strong. Instead of trying to compete with his strength, I off-balance him using this technique. So, I step my rear leg forward and to the outside of his lead leg. Next, I circle my opposite leg around and pull on my opponent's head. Notice how this causes him to fall forward and to the side, totally destroying his base. Also notice how it causes his guard to drop. Next, I throw a knee strike to his midsection or face. Now, normal speed. From another angle, I grab him, take a step to the side, throw the knee. Other side, knee. Now a little faster. Once more slowly. Remember, where the head goes, the body will follow. So it is very important that you have good control of your opponent's head.
Mais uma vez.
A lot of times when you establish the Muay Thai clinch, your opponent will defend by placing an arm across your throat and pushing you away. When he does this, it takes away a lot of your strength. It also makes it very difficult for you to strike with your knee. To counter his counter, I will remove my left collar tie exit to my right, grab his left arm with my right hand, and then drive his head downward using my left hand. Once I establish this position, I can again throw powerful knee strikes. Once more, I grab, he defends, I escape, and throw the knee. It is important to notice that I am using an arm drag, which means I use my grip to pull on my opponent's arm. Same thing, other side. He defends, I exit, establish my new control, and knee. One more. Normal speed. I move to the side and knee. Faster. Now I will show a striking combination from head and arm control. So I throw a rear straight knee to my opponent's midsection. Next, I step my right foot forward into the outside of his lead leg. Then I use my left collar tie to pull on his head, and at the same time I step my right foot forward and drive my left knee into his left leg. The combination of these actions forces his left leg out from underneath him and causes him to fall forward. As he goes down, I circle around his body and then use his compromised position to drive in a knee strike to his face. Now, faster. Once more slowly. Grab, knee, step. I can use either knee, whichever feels more natural. Faster now. This technique comes in handy when you secure the clinch and your opponent wraps his arm around your waist, as wrestlers tend to do. Instead of holding on to the Muay Thai clinch, I release my right collar tie, wrap my right arm underneath his left arm, and grab his shoulder with my right hand. This opens up my opponent's left side and allows me to drive a knee strike into his midsection. I rotate my body and pull on his arm, forcing him to move forward and disrupting his balance. Once I complete the turn, I throw another knee to his midsection. Throughout this technique, it is very important to push your opponent's head down. So, I establish the Muay Thai clinch, he grabs around my waist, I establish an underhook on his left arm, knee, change my grip as I step, turn, and then knee. Faster now. Once more slowly. Knee, change your grip, step, and knee. A little faster. Now I show how to close the distance, throw an elbow, establish control in the clinch, and then land a knee. Normally when you close the distance, your opponent will want to grab you to take you down. This technique is the defense. So when I close the distance and throw the elbow, my opponent comes in close and hugs me. From here, I pass my right arm under his left arm and place my left hand on the opposite side of his head. This allows me to dominate his head and arm. Then I step my rear foot forward into the outside of his lead leg, rotate, and knee. A lot of people will try to grab you when you get close. This is especially true when you throw an elbow strike. They will attempt to grab you. Once more, a little faster. Slowly, showing the movement. I pass, dominate, and knee. A little faster.
Rápido agora.
Now I spar with my brother using the clinching techniques I just demonstrated. A lot of times when you tie up with your opponent, you will end up with an overhook and an underhook, and your opponent will end up with an overhook and an underhook. Since you both have the same grips, this is a neutral position. In order to obtain a dominant position, you must eliminate your opponent's underhook. From here I have all sorts of options. Why? Because when I get underhooks with both of my arms, I can lock my hands together behind his back. This allows me to use my strength to break him down. I can lift him up. There are multiple things I can do from here because I have a dominant grip. When both you and your opponent have an overhook and an underhook, you both have the same options. In order to eliminate his underhook, you must use what we call pummeling. So I pummel my right arm underneath his left arm to establish an underhook. However, as I do this, my opponent pummels his left arm underneath my right arm, establishing an underhook on my right side. So again, we are both in a neutral position. So now we pummel faster, and eventually I dominate and establish double underhooks. This position is a lot better for me because I have a dominant grip, more options. He is on the outside, which theoretically makes him weaker. So when I lose the pummel and both of my arms are to the outside, I need to obtain a better position. If you can't pummel your arms back in because your opponent's grips are too tight, one technique is to wrap your arms around the outside of your opponent's arms and then squeeze your arms together to break his grip. As his hands break apart, you pummel one of your arms underneath his arm and establish neutral control again. The second escape begins the same as the first, by wrapping my arms around my opponent's arms. However, instead of breaking his grip, I step my rear foot forward into the outside of his lead leg and trip or throw him to the mat. This of course requires very fast movement because I have lost my dominant control. If I delay, my opponent will use his dominant grip to take me down. This is the reason why it is so important to always maintain dominant control while in the clinch. One more time. This position here is neutral, 50-50. I have one underhook and my opponent has one underhook. I have various attacks I can utilize and my opponent has those same attacks. Now if he pummels both of his arms underneath my arms, he has dominant control. From here I have to get my grips far away and try to pummel one of my arms underneath his arm. Or I can wrap my arms around the outside of his arms, step behind his lead leg, and throw him. Whichever technique I decide to utilize, I must be quick before my opponent can use his dominant position to attack. If you delay, your opponent will get the upper hand because he is much stronger with double underhooks. Here I demonstrate basic pummeling, which happens a lot in fights. My goal is to win the pummel by establishing double underhooks. Here I won. When you tie up with your opponent in a neutral position in the clinch, there will be very little distance between you to strike. Most of the time, both you and your opponent will be standing upright, battling for dominant control. However, if your opponent gets his hips too far away, then you have an opportunity to land a knee strike. This is the reason why it is important for you to maintain a solid base while pummeling for control in the clinch. I am dominating his underhook arm, and he is dominating my underhook arm. The only real striking options from this position is to attack your opponent's lower body. So, I will kick my opponent's shin with the ball of my foot. Sometimes I do this in order to take my opponent down, and other times I do it to force my opponent to move his hips backward, which opens up other opportunities. So, there are a few striking techniques you can do from close range. The second strike I will do from this position is a foot stomp. I lift one leg up and then drive my heel down into my opponent's toes. It is also possible to land a knee to your opponent's thigh from this position. If you land the strike and your opponent moves his hips back to avoid another shot, then you can now target his body with a knee strike. Other side now. I can kick to his shin, and I can stomp on his toes. If he backs his hips away to avoid your strikes, then you have the space you need to knee his chest or stomach. Now I will show a movement that is very common in sumo, wrestling, and mixed martial arts when in the neutral tie-up position. Again, both my opponent and me have an overhook and an underhook. I place the back of my left hand to the inside of his right leg, and as I lift that leg up using my hand, I pull his opposite shoulder downward using my right arm. So, you do two movements at once. One arm lifts your opponent's leg, and the other arm pulls his shoulder down. You secure, enter, and pull. When you execute this technique, you can either fall down on top of your opponent or remain standing.
Segurou. Entro aqui e puxo. Aqui, como eu posso ficar em pé? Ou posso cair já abraçado, passando a guarda. Movimento um pouquinho mais rápido. Vai base, vai base. Puxei. Aí.
I can fall here,
Posso cair aqui ou aqui.
or here.
Se eu quiser, posso
If I
ficar
like, I can stay here.
do outro lado.
With my right arm, I pull down on my opponent's shoulder. With my opposite hand, I lift his right leg. I can either fall with my opponent and obtain side control, or I can remain on my feet.
Fiz a pegada. Puxo.
Now I demonstrate a wrestling takedown that is executed from an over-under body lock.
Essa é uma queda muito utilizada.
Notice how I'm gripping my hands together in the small of my opponent's back. It is also important that I use my elbow to clamp down on my opponent's underhook. From this position, you step your rear foot to the outside of your opponent's lead leg. It is a crucial movement that a lot of people do wrong. So, I step my rear leg behind my opponent's lead leg and then use my control of his upper body to force him back into my leg.
Essa perna vai entrar assim. Segurou.
I accomplish this by rotating my body in a counterclockwise direction. So I pummel for position, which is very common in wrestling, establish an over-under body lock, tighten my elbow down on my opponent's underhook, step forward, and bump him so he sits back on my leg and trips to the mat. As my opponent sits down on my leg, that's when I fall. One step and then the takedown. Notice how when I fall, I step my leg behind both of my opponent's legs. This will prevent him from stepping and re-establishing his base. Now I show a takedown that involves a knee strike. It is important to notice that I have changed my grips from the previous technique. I wrap my left arm around my opponent's underhook. Instead of clasping my hands together behind my opponent's back to secure a body lock, You want to make sure that your grip is nice and tight. Your direction also changes.
E entro. Eu vou entrar dessa forma, ó. Para trás.
Instead of tripping your opponent forward, you trip him backward.
Para trás. Então entrei. Domina esse braço. Joelho.
I step my rear foot behind my opponent's lead leg, and then sit back, rotate, and pull him into me so that he trips in the opposite direction.
Mais uma vez.
Once more slowly.
Dominei a pegada aqui. Dei uma joelhada para abrir o caminho.
I step my rear foot behind my opponent's lead leg, and then sit back, rotate, and pull him into me so that he trips in the opposite direction. Here I show a takedown that requires you to force your opponent to step forward. From over-under control, I will rotate my body in a clockwise direction and pull him into me, causing him to step his rear foot forward into the outside of my lead leg. Notice how this positions his lead foot between my legs. To get the takedown, I drive my weight into him. A little faster. Once more, but slowly. I rotate and pull my opponent into me, causing him to step forward. With his lead leg now between my legs, I hook my lead leg around his right leg to prevent him from stepping back and reestablishing his base. To get the takedown, I drive my weight into him. Another angle. I pull my opponent off balance and then enter on his leg. This is another technique where I force my opponent to move, and then I use that movement to my advantage and execute a takedown. First off, I need to disrupt his balance and base. I accomplish this by stepping my lead foot behind me, pulling on his body using my underhook, and pushing on his body with my overhook. Keeping our bodies close, he is forced to step his rear foot forward in order to maintain his balance. Once he steps forward, I drop my left hand to his right knee to block it and drive up into him with my underhook. A little faster. I pull him, hit his knee, and then drive my underhook into him to trip him to the mat. This is very important. Block the knee and lift at the same time. Now another angle. This takedown is executed from over-under control in the clinch. To begin, I hold my opponent close to me. I dig my left hand into the crook of his right arm and then force him away from me. At the same time, I cinch down tight with my underhook, wrapping my arm over his shoulder. Once accomplished, I pivot on my right foot and rotate in a counterclockwise direction, applying downward pressure on his arm with my right hand. Next, I drop my chest and weight over his back, wrap my left arm around the right side of his head, wrap my right arm underneath his left arm, and clasp my hands together. To get the takedown, I pull him into me. After he has gone down, I circle around to his side. It is important to notice that I'm hugging his body with my right arm. This prevents him from rolling or standing back up. From here, I can begin to strike.
Mais uma vez. Tá me segurando aqui, tá fazendo força. Eu empurro. Eu empurro, me libera. Puxa.
I'm holding my opponent. I hook his arm. At the same time, I cinch down tight with my underhook, spin around, and then wrap my left arm around the right side of his head. It is important to notice how I do this from this angle. Now I will spar with my brother using the techniques I just demonstrated. Now I show a takedown for when you reach your arms underneath your opponent's arms, known as double underhooks, and grip your hands together behind his back to secure a body lock. When I get this position, I don't like to step behind my opponent for a takedown. I will demonstrate why. If my brother gets double underhooks and steps behind me, he can execute a takedown, but it is dangerous for him as well. For example, if I'm a judoka, I can use his position to execute a takedown by wrapping up his head and throwing him. So this is why I don't step behind my opponent in this fashion when I secure a double underhook body lock. I much rather use the double underhook body lock to lift my opponent up and then take him down. So I pummel my arms underneath his arms, and from here I will lift him up and take him down. As I lift him, I use my knee to help elevate him even higher off the mat, and then I rotate and dump him down. A little faster. I pummel in, and then I lift and take him down. Once more on the opposite side. I pummel, pick him up, and dump him. A little faster.
Grimei. Agora. Esgrimei. Agora vamos mostrar.
Now I show some defensive techniques that you can use when your opponent secures an advantageous position while in the clinch. This is important because you won't always be able to get the upper hand, and if you don't know how to get out of these sticky situations, you can take a lot of damage. First off, posture is very important when you're trapped in the Muay Thai clinch. If you're hunched forward with your head down, you have no strength, and your opponent can capitalize on your positioning by throwing a knee strike. If possible, you want to tighten your neck and look up. And even better than looking up is getting one arm to the inside of your opponent's arms. You always want to fight for posture, but expect a battle. If you try to pummel an arm to the inside of your opponent's arms, he will try to maintain his dominant position by tightening his elbows together. If your opponent's grip is strong and you can't lift your head, then you want to dive your hips forward into your opponent and clasp your hands together behind his back, securing a body lock. You want to get close to him and then lift. Here my opponent has secured a double underhook body lock. If he grabs low, then he can suck his arms into him, break my posture, and drive me over to my back. To prevent this from happening, I wrap my arms over my opponent's arms into the inside of our bodies. Once accomplished, I will move my hips backwards to break his grip and limit his control. From here, you can execute a throw. But before attempting that, you need to be defensive. You cannot allow your opponent to establish a double underhook body lock and pull your body into him. Once he does this, it will be very difficult to defend against his actions. So you need to wrap your arms around his arms and get your hips back before he can reach that dominant position. Same thing again. When your opponent gets the Muay Thai clinch, you have to control his arms, and then pummel your arms to the inside of his arms and move forward. You never want to drop your head low or move backward, or he will throw knee strikes. Here you can see my opponent has locked his hands behind my head and secured the Muay Thai clinch. If I move backward, I will lose strength and he will enter with a knee strike. So, from here I will move forward or try to pummel my arms to the inside of his arms. Now my opponent has secured double underhooks and locked his hands together behind my back to secure a body lock. So I place my hands on his hips and then force my hips back, breaking his lock. These basic defenses for the Muay Thai clinch and body lock are mandatory. I strongly suggest mastering both of them before moving on to more complex defenses. Here I demonstrate a slightly more complex way to escape the Muay Thai clinch. First, I posture up, control my opponent's arms, and move into him. Next, I keep one arm on the outside and pummel my opposite arm to the inside of my opponent's arms. Once it is to the inside, I reach it behind my opponent's head and clasp my hands together. Notice how we both have the same grips now. To break his hold, I will look up and drive my left shoulder into my opponent's right elbow. To follow up, I throw a knee to his midsection and then an elbow to his head. A little faster. My opponent has secured the Muay Thai clinch. I posture up, move into him, and pummel my right arm to the inside of his left arm. To break his grip, I drive my left shoulder into his right arm. To follow up, I throw a knee and an elbow strike.
Um pouco mais rápido. Vou ficando de lados. Pegou. Domino junto com ele. Força.
Now I show a technique for when you lose the pummel and your opponent secures a double underhook body lock. So, I am pummeling, and my opponent beats me to the punch and gets underhooks. If I let him suck my body into his, he will be able to do all sorts of nasty stuff. So, I wrap my arms over his arms and sink my hips back as much as possible. This puts me into less trouble, but my opponent still has dominant positioning. To eliminate that dominance, I step my left leg to the outside of my opponent's lead leg. Once accomplished, I drop to my left side, forcing my opponent to trip over my leg. As we go down, I rotate my body so that I come out on top when we land. What makes my opponent come with me are my tight overhooks on his arms. If I didn't have these overhooks, my opponent could avoid the throw by releasing his body lock. Now a little faster. Same thing on the other side. We're pummeling, and I lose the battle, so I wrap my arms over my opponent's arms and get my hips back as far as possible. Next, I step behind my opponent's lead leg, fall back, and rotate my body so that I come out on top. Now a little faster. In this DVD, I demonstrate effective ground fighting techniques. I will show you sweeps, submissions, transitions, how to get back to your feet, and how to utilize effective ground and pound. A lot of these techniques are interconnected. For example, I will show you how to use ground and pound to force your opponent to open his guard, which in turn allows you to either stand back up or use a technique to pass his guard. If you pick and choose which portion to study, it will hinder you in a fight. For the best results, I suggest studying and practicing each technique I have laid out from all the various positions. When you can attack your opponent from all angles and with all sorts of striking and grappling techniques, you not only overwhelm him and keep him on the defense, but you also score points in the judge's eyes. The one thing you never want to do is stall when on the ground. You always want to be moving and attacking. In addition to showing how to attack from the dominant positions, I also show you how to attack and defend when you're in inferior positions.
Alongamento. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí girando o pescoço. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. O alongamento do pescoço é muito importante porque a luta de corpo a corpo exige muito dos músculos do pescoço. Aí puxa o braço. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Atrás. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí lateral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Embaixo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí gira o braço. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alonga aqui para trás. Alonga aqui para trás o braço. Puxa. Puxa. Aí. 3, 5, ao contrário. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. O ombro é super importante também. Isso. Aí. Afasta as pernas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 2, 3, 4, 5. Isso. Aí estica o joelho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 de frente. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Esticou. Afastou as pernas. O máximo que pode. Mais. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aí lateral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outro lado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 na frente. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E outros pés. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Girar o tornozelo é super importante. Muito importante por causa da chave de pé, chave de braço. Puxa aqui. Joelho também. Chave de joelho. 2, 3. E aí? Aqui levanta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Isso. Agora bota o braço para trás, máximo que puder, e vem sentando para frente. De novo. De novo. Aí deita para alongar a coluna. Trabalhar a guarda, tem que alongar bastante a coluna. Aí lateral. Do outro lado. Sai borboleta. Aí, 2, 3, 4, 5. É assim, vai alongar bastante esse músculo. Aí gira pra cá. Alonga o músculo. Aí gira pro outro lado. Aí entra o quadril aqui. 2, 3, aí levanta. 2. Aí.
Now we'll show a technique for when my opponent goes to the ground and I remain standing. This type of situation can happen many ways. You can sweep, throw, or trip your opponent, or he could fall for one reason or another, such as when he kicks. Or you could be in your opponent's guard and simply stand up, leaving him on the mat. Normally, your opponent won't stay in this position for long because here he doesn't have a guard, no defense. I stay at a distance and have various ways to strike my opponent's legs. I can grab the inside of his leg and throw a kick to his thigh, which I often choose to do, or I can grab the outside of his leg and throw a kick. So, once again, I can grab the inside of his leg and kick to the thigh, or I can grab the outside of his leg and kick to the thigh as well. It depends on what feels more natural to you.
Depende como você se sente melhor. Uma velocidade pouco normal.
Or on the inside. Once more. Never dip your head forward because your opponent will kick you in the face. You always want to maintain your posture.
Então, a postura sempre aqui. Pedala. Volta. Pedala.
Now I demonstrate how to land a heel kick to your opponent's stomach. This is a good technique because a lot of times he won't be ready for the strike. If your opponent's legs are in front of his body, it can be difficult to get around his guard. So I lift my leg, circle it around the outside of his leg, and then drive my leg downward and strike his stomach with my heel. Once more slowly. You want to lift your leg up and then use the weight of your leg and drive your heel downward. Now a little faster. When the rules allow, kicking a downed opponent in the face is an excellent technique. It will catch a lot of opponents by surprise because they're expecting you to kick their legs, not their head. So, to prevent your opponent from kicking you in the face, you grab both of his ankles at the same time, spread his legs apart, and then step between his legs and onto his face. Once you've smashed his face, you'll usually end up with one foot between his legs and one above his head. From this position, I like to drop a hammer fist into the side of his head. Once more. Now from a different angle. If my opponent places his feet on my legs, as long as the rules permit, I like to grab his legs, open them, and then stomp his face. Now faster. Now I demonstrate how to land a flying punch on a downed opponent. Because you're jumping over the top of your opponent's legs, it can be difficult for him to defend against the technique. If his legs are up, I will either support myself on his knee or on his stomach as I go over. Both work. I will first do it slow. Now a little faster. I can land either in or out of my opponent's guard. Either way works. Obviously, passing his guard leaves you in a more dominant position. Slow movement.
Posso cair em qualquer posição.
Now a little faster.
Mais uma vez.
Once more slowly.
Posso apoiar aqui, ó.
I can support myself on his knee or on his stomach.
Na barriga. Agora vou mostrar uma passagem.
Now I will show you a technique for passing the guard of a downed opponent. If I feel I am better on the ground than my opponent, I might use this technique to pass his guard rather than use one of the previous striking techniques.
Tô na base.
I have my base here, and my opponent wants to pull me into his guard as I go down.
Só que quando eu for entrar na guarda dele, eu vou baixar essa perna.
So, as I go down, I grab his ankle and force his leg between my legs. If I can pass over his leg, then I reach side control.
Faço isso, ele vai meter na guarda, ó.
But if your opponent is game, most of the time you will not be able to immediately pass his guard. In such a case, I will push on his knee here, and then pass my far leg over his leg and reach side control.
Usando esse joelho, depois eu troco. Mais uma vez. Estou na posição. Ele vai querer me colocar na guarda. Eu dropo e entro aqui, fechando esse gancho.
Once in side control, I switch the positioning of my knees to secure a sturdy base. One more time. My opponent wants to put me in his guard as I go down. So I force his leg between my legs, enter, and push on his knee. Next, I straighten my far leg, step over his leg, and reach side control. Once in side control, I switch the positioning of my knees. One more time. I am in the standing position, and my opponent wants to pull me into his guard as I come down. I go to his guard, but I drive his leg between my legs. Pushing on his knee, I extend my far leg, step over his leg, and reach side control. I go to the guard, and then I pass into side control. Now I demonstrate how to attack your opponent's leg from the standing position. If you don't do everything perfect, there is a chance that your opponent will escape and assume the top position. So normally I will use this technique in the last seconds of a round because there is less risk. To execute the technique, I'll grab my opponent's leg and secure it in my armpit. Next, I drive my left knee between my opponent's legs. Before I attempt to finish the submission, I place my right foot on my opponent's stomach to prevent him from coming up. If you allow your opponent to come up, he will escape the submission and possibly obtain a dominant position. Once you drop back, it is possible to finish the submission without turning, but normally I will rotate my upper body and turn my head to put more pressure on my opponent's leg. If you have this submission locked tight, your opponent will tap. Once more. The same submission. Now I will spar with my brother using the techniques I just showed. Now we'll demonstrate ground and pound techniques when you're in your opponent's closed guard, which is when you're between his legs and he locks his feet together behind your back. A lot of times when you're in this position, your opponent will latch onto your hands to prevent you from striking. You have many options for breaking his grips. You can bend your arm to strip his hand away, grab his hand with your opposite hand to prevent him from re-grabbing, and then strike.
É fazer a liberação sozinho, bater.
You can also latch onto his hand and strip his grip away. There are millions of ways. Escape, and then hit. But with each technique, you want to keep your opponent's back pinned to the mat to prevent him from sitting up into you. If he sits up, it'll be a lot harder to strike him.
Todas as vezes tem que tentar manter ele no chão, para ele não venha para cima de você.
You can see if your opponent comes up, it becomes difficult to strike him. To prevent this from happening, I always put my hands on my opponent and press down into him to keep his back pinned. You always want to secure your opponent so he doesn't come up. Even though positioning your arms in this fashion allows your opponent to set up a sweep, he can just as easily sweep you if you allow him to come up. So the most important part is to keep your opponent pinned to the floor. Control his arms and then hit. If he secures your hand or wrist, pull out, grab his hand, and then hit. It is also important to note here that if you use your left hand to keep your opponent's back pinned to the mat, you want to elevate your right knee. This offers you an even better angle to punch your opponent with your right hand. It also increases the power behind your strike. From here I have a great angle to punch my opponent. I can put my entire body into the punch. Even when you are unable to break your opponent's grips on your wrist, you still have an option to strike him. By rotating your arm above the arm your opponent is using to grab, you can land a nice elbow to his face. It is an excellent way to strike him even when he has your arms under control. When you manage to break your opponent's grip on your arm and then secure his arm to his chest, you can also throw an elbow strike to his thigh. You can go high to his face, or you can go low to his thigh. Just like it is when you are standing, going low is a good tactic for setting up a high strike. So, here I elbow my opponent's thigh, and then I go to his head with the punch. So there are many ways you can use punches and elbow strikes when in your opponent's guard, such as lifting a leg and striking over the top. If your opponent secures your hand, you can break his grip with elbow movement, grab his hand to prevent him from re-grabbing, and then throw a punch. Or you can grab his hand, strip away his grip, and then punch. You can also throw your elbow over the top, putting your whole body into the strike. You can also elbow your opponent's thigh to set up a punch to his head. Remember, hitting low will draw your opponent's focus low, allowing you to go high with your next strike. The thigh, the head. If you're holding your opponent down with your left hand, lifting your right knee will provide a better angle for striking with your right hand. It allows you to drop all of your weight down with the punch. Now I spar with my brother using the ground and pound techniques I just demonstrated. Now I'll demonstrate how to stand up and open your opponent's closed guard. You do not want to keep your arms extended as you stand up because it gives your opponent an opportunity to attack. Instead, you want to control his arms while you stand up. As you come up, you want to put your knees under his legs and then punch him. Notice how when I hit my opponent, he automatically opens his guard for defense. When this happens, I will drive one of my knees between my opponent's legs. He will want to sit up here. To prevent him from making anything happen, I pummel my right arm underneath his left arm. At the same time, I use my opposite hand to push his right leg to the mat. Next, I drop my right knee on top of his right leg to keep it pinned to the mat. This allows me to pass over his leg and into side control. One more time. If it is difficult to open my opponent's guard, then I will begin to hit him. I stand up now. He opens his guard, and I sit with my knee between his legs. Now I begin to pass into side control. I have passed into side control. One more time from another angle. I have various ways to set up this technique. I can control my opponent's arms, or I can begin punching him. Either way, I stand up and continue to hit my opponent. He opens his guard, and I push my knee up the middle. The instant he sits up into me, I pummel my arm underneath his arm and use my opposite hand to force his right leg to the mat. Next, I place my right leg over his leg to keep it pinned. Once accomplished, I can pass my left leg over his right leg and move into side control. One more time from another angle. I have various ways to set up this technique. I can control my opponent's arms, or I can begin punching him. I am always using my arms to keep my opponent's back pinned to the mat. I begin to hit him. I stand up. I hit him. He opens his guard, and I drive my knee up the middle. He sits up to pummel, and I beat him to the punch by pummeling my right arm underneath his left arm. With my opposite hand, I push his leg to the mat, place my knee over his leg, and then pass into side control. Here's another way to pass your opponent's guard. To begin, I overwhelm my opponent with punches and elbow strikes to get him to open his guard. The instant he unhooks his legs, he places his knees in front of his body to maintain distance and hinder my strikes. When this occurs, I pummel both my arms underneath his legs and put my head down. If you leave your head up, you will get punched, so keep your head down. Additionally, if I leave space between my head and my shoulders, he will have the opportunity to counter my pass with a submission of his own. From here, I drive forward, force his legs to the side, and pass. One more time, he opens his guard to defend. I pummel my arms underneath his legs, and then I drive his legs forward and to the side, allowing me to pass into side control. Now from another angle. I overwhelm my opponent with strikes. He opens his guard and brings his knees to my chest to defend. I pummel my arms underneath his legs and lower my head. Notice how I reach my right hand to the right side of his neck, then turn and force my opponent's legs to the side. By forcing your opponent's legs toward his head, it eliminates his control and makes passing much easier. Hitting, enter here and pass. I am hitting him, and he opens his guard. I enter with both of my hands. Now I show ground and pound techniques that you can use when in your opponent's half guard. Just as the name implies, half guard is half of your opponent's defense. making it easier to hit him than when you're in his full guard. It's an even easier position to strike from than north-south. For example, if my opponent secures my hand, I can attack with my opposite hand. I can also secure his hand and attack with my opposite hand. There are a lot of options from half guard. When possible, you can also attack with both hands. Another scenario is when you have one of your opponent's arms secured to keep him on his back, and he uses his free arm to secure your free arm. Even in such a situation, you can attack with an elbow strike. So, elbow from top to bottom. Just as when in the guard, you can target your opponent's thigh with elbow strikes. Again, by striking your opponent's leg, you pull his focus low, creating an opening to go high with the punch. Once you go high, to switch things up, you strike with your opposite hand. You can even use faking techniques. For example, you place one hand on your opponent's mouth and then strike his thigh with your opposite elbow. If you've already gone low and then high several times, your opponent will expect you to strike him with the same arm you elbowed him with. As he goes to defend, you drop an elbow strike to his face using your lead arm instead. It is important to keep your opponent's back pinned to the mat. Sometimes this can be difficult because he wants to get to his side. If he gets to his side, he will have a lot of options. So to prevent this, place your hand on his chest and hold him down. Here's another way to keep your opponent pinned. I drop my body low, slide my left arm across his neck, and apply downward pressure. Once I have him pinned in this position, I can hit him. You always need to be alert, looking for opportunities to strike. I can throw a punch, I can elbow. If I give him too much space, he can slide his knee underneath me and re-establish the full guard. Sometimes it requires some space to ground and pound, but if you feel your opponent move to his side, pin his back to the mat again and then continue to hit him. Again, a lot of striking opportunities. For example, strike his thigh and then come over the top. Elbow strikes work great from the half guard. First control your opponent and then hit him. Throw repeated strikes over and over. Control his arm, elbow over the top, elbow to the thigh, throw to the top, elbow top to bottom, always changing your angle. Throw to the bottom and then to the top. Notice how my hips are nearly perpendicular to Shinzo's hips. This kills his bottom leg, reducing its effectiveness. The further I let him circle to my right, the more effective his legs will be in half guard. So make sure to control his upper body with your free arm while striking from half guard. Now I spar with my brother Shinzo using the half guard ground and pound techniques I just demonstrated. Now I demonstrate the figure 4 armbar. First off, I change my base so that my back is facing my opponent's head. Next, I will pretend as though I'm going to pass his half guard. I accomplish this by placing my hand on my opponent's knee and pressing outward. Thinking I am trying to separate his legs and pull my trap leg free, he reaches his left arm up to defend. The instant he does this, I establish a figure 4 lock on his arm and apply the submission. So, I grab his left wrist with my right hand, slide my left arm under his left elbow, and then grab my right wrist with my left hand. So, one more time. I change my base, fake the pass, and secure his arm. I can finalize here, or I can turn his hand and finish here.
Mais uma vez.
One more time.
Posição, eu giro e me acomodo.
I turn and secure my base as best as possible.
Chegando nessa posição, eu estou bem fechadinho aqui.
I place my hand on his knee and pretend to separate his legs to pull my trap leg free.
Senão eu vou puxar meu joelho. Vai defender.
As he goes to defend, I secure his arm.
Laço bem baixo do
I hook my left arm underneath his left elbow and grab his left wrist with my right hand.
Posso finalizar ele
I
aqui.
can finish the submission here, or I can turn and finish him here. This position is much more powerful than the previous arm position. My arm under his elbow acts as the fulcrum, and his thumb is facing away from that fulcrum. This allows my entire upper body to put leverage directly against his elbow joint, causing it to hyperextend. It is important to mention that I place my weight on his chest. If I lean too far over to the side, he can sweep me over to my back and obtain a dominant position. If I am too low on the opposite side, then I don't have the leverage needed to finish the submission. So I place my center of gravity in the center of his body.
Sempre dividindo o peso no meio do corpo. Dominei,
I fake the pass,
pegar. Aí
he
defender.
defends, and then I secure the submission.
Finalizei. Agora vamos mostrar.
Now I demonstrate the katagatame submission from half guard, a technique I use to finish Sakaju in the UFC.
Como eu estou na meia guarda,
To set up the submission, I secure my opponent's forearm with one hand and then hit him with my opposite arm.
batendo aqui. Mesmo que ele
Even
segure
if he
o
secures my
corpo,
wrist, I can come over the top and hit him with my
eu vou
elbow.
abrir, batendo nele. Quando eu bater nele, ele vai se
When I hit
defender.
him with the elbow, he defends against my attack by raising his elbows. This is the reaction that I wanted.
Por baixo.
The instant his elbow goes up, I slide my right arm under his head and place my head against the right side of his elevated arm.
Essa perna.
Next,
passa aqui em
I will
cima.
pass into side control. I accomplish this by placing my left foot on top of his knee and then forcing his knee downward.
Sendo que
This
aqui eu
allows me to
posso
pull my trap leg free and move
colocar
into
esse
side
dedo
control.
onde tá aqui na barriga dele e colocar o meu queixo na direção do olho dele. Isso
Once
varia
there, I
muito.
finish the submission by placing my knee in his stomach, driving my chin into his eye, and squeezing my arms tight.
Mais uma vez,
Sometimes you need to play around with the finish to discover what works best for
tô
you.
aqui,
One more time.
bati. Pum,
I am hitting my opponent.
pum, ele se
He
protegeu,
elevates his
eu entrei.
elbow to protect himself, and I secure his head.
Vem
I
lá,
place my left foot on top of his leg and pull my right leg out.
vou botar aqui e fechar. Desse mesmo local aqui,
Sometimes when I'm holding my opponent down in the half guard, he wants to push me.
ele quer me empurrar assim.
To set up the submission, I will strike his arm through, place my head on the side of his arm to trap it to the side of his neck,
Meu corpo lá pra frente, ó. Travo aqui.
pass to side control in the opposite direction, stabilize the position, and finish the submission.
Estabilizo e finalizo. Agora,
Once more, I am in the half guard position,
eu tô dominando.
my opponent pushes his arm into me,
Quando ele me empurrou,
and I strike his arm over and push my body forward, driving my head toward the floor. Notice how I post out wide with my right arm. Unlike in the previous katagatame variation, now my head is across Shinzo's body. Because my weight is far across his center line, and his legs are blocking my right foot as a point of base, my right hand will be the only thing stopping my brother from executing a sweep in the middle of my transition.
Nesse momento, ele tá segurando meu braço.
Here I show the submission again. I hit, hit,
Ele se defendeu.
hit.
Bati, ele se defendeu e
When my opponent defends, I enter. I place my foot on top of his leg, I pull it, free my trap leg, move to the side control position. Here is the second version. I am in side control, my opponent pushes into me with his arm, I hit it to the side, push my head forward, place my foot on his leg,
entra essa perna
pass into side control, and finish the submission.
para o lado. Finalizo. Mais uma vez.
One more time. I strike my opponent from the half guard, he defends, I slide my arm under his head. Next, I place my foot on top of his leg, pass, and finish the submission.
Do outro lado.
Now I demonstrate to the opposite side. I'm holding my opponent down, he pushes into me with his arm. Drop my head down, pass, Finish. Now I demonstrate how to submit your opponent with a leg lock from the half guard. With my back turned toward my opponent's head, I wrap my right arm underneath his far leg and pull it toward my body. You don't want to let him pull his leg toward the mat. You want to keep it tight to your body. Next, I place my left hand on the mat, post, and move my left knee over his body. This puts me in a perfect position to apply the leg lock. I hook the leg, place my hand on the mat, and step my knee over his body. From here you can see the space I need to slide across his body. I make that space by posting up on my hand, driving my leg across his torso, and pinching my knees together. In this position, you can see how my knees and hips are both at a 90-degree angle. This body position allows me to apply much more forward pressure with my hips than if my legs and hips were straight. When I pin his foot to my chest, my hips become the fulcrum, applying pressure and hyperextending the knee joint. Then I finish the submission. I hook the leg, place my hand on the mat, and step my knee over his body. Now I will demonstrate a leg lock that is not very traditional, but highly effective nonetheless. Normally when you're in the half guard, your opponent will expect you to move your body in a clockwise direction and apply the leg lock I demonstrated in the previous technique. He is waiting to defend against it. To switch things up, I repeatedly strike my opponent in the face. With him distracted, I rotate in a counterclockwise direction, step my left leg over his legs, and then apply the leg lock. One more time. I am hitting my opponent. When he is distracted, I rotate in a counterclockwise direction, step over his legs, and apply the submission. I am hitting my opponent. When he is distracted, I rotate in a counterclockwise direction, step over his legs, and apply the submission. Once more, fast. I am hitting my opponent, rotate, and lock in the submission. Now I demonstrate how to catch your opponent in an arm lock when he attempts to submit you with a Kimura from his half guard. So my opponent attacks me with a Kimura. My first defense is to place the arm he is attacking between my legs. This takes away his leverage, making it difficult for him to lock in his hold. If I leave my arm to the outside, he can elevate it and apply the submission. Next, I need to escape my left knee from between my opponent's legs, so I come up onto my foot and wiggle my knee free. Once accomplished, I step my right foot over my opponent's head and secure his arm. From here, I can finish the submission while my leg is still trapped between my opponent's legs, or I can use my free foot to free my trapped leg. Again, my opponent secures the Kimura, and I place my arm between my legs to eliminate his leverage. I straighten my trapped leg, step my free leg over his head, and attack his arm. I can finish with my leg still trapped, or I can free my leg and then finish. Once more, I am working to pass my opponent's guard, and he surprises me by locking in a Kimura. I place my trapped hand between my legs, free my knee, step over his head, sit, and attack his arm. Again, there are two ways to finish. You can apply the submission with your leg still trapped, or you can free your leg first. Notice how I'm keeping my right shoulder low and tight to his chest here. This prevents my opponent from gaining the leverage he needs to finish the submission should he manage to strip my arm free from under my leg. So, he attacks with the Kimura, I defend, pull my knee out, and go for the arm lock. Now I show a simple guard pass that is used quite frequently in MMA. From the half guard, I place my free foot on top of my opponent's near leg and press down. At the same time, I move my head to the left side of my opponent's head to maintain my balance. Placing my head on the mat, I drive my weight forward, force his leg toward the mat with my free foot, pull my trap leg free, and move into side control. Like I said before, I establish a hook on my opponent's leg with my free foot, move my head to the opposite side, drive forward, and move into side control. A little faster. Once more. I establish my hook, change my head, and pass. This can be a very safe guard pass in MMA if done correctly, and it can be very effective as your opponent grows more tired and sweaty as the fight wears on. But it is critical that you switch your head to the inside of your opponent's head on this pass. Otherwise, your weight will be distributed far across your opponent's center line, allowing him to easily sweep you as your center of gravity rises while executing this technique. Now I spar with my brother using the half guard techniques I just demonstrated. Now we'll demonstrate some ground and pound techniques from the 100 kilos or side control position. When in side control, it is very important to establish a solid base and to constantly apply downward pressure on your opponent. Once accomplished, you have many options to strike. You can elbow your opponent in the face. You can drop hammer fists to the side of his face. You can trap his near arm between your legs, which prevents him from defending against your strikes. You can also turn into him and place your knee against the side of his head, opening up even more options to strike him. From this position, you can drive elbows into the opposite side of his head. You also have the opportunity to pull your opponent towards you and place your knee on his stomach. From the knee on belly position, you can drive in elbow strikes and hammer fists. Now a little faster. You can drive in elbow strikes, trap your opponent's arm between your legs and strike both sides of his head. You can turn into your opponent, pin his back to the mat, and strike him. You can also turn into your opponent, drive in elbow strikes to the side of his head. Then you can pull your opponent into you and establish the knee on belly position and strike from there. From the side, elbow and punch. Trap his arm and strike. Turn to the side, elbow. Pull him into you, establish the knee on belly position, land more elbows. Now I spar with my brother from side control using the ground and pound techniques I just demonstrated. Now I demonstrate how to lock in the Kimura submission from side control. To start, I pull my opponent toward me using my right hand and move my left knee over his head. Notice how this forces his right arm across his body, isolating it. Assuming this position immobilizes your opponent. To finish the submission, I assume a figure 4 grip on my opponent's right arm and apply pressure. One more time. I hook my right hand underneath my opponent's left arm and pull him toward me. Next, I move my left knee over his head and place it on the mat. To apply the submission, I pull his right arm toward me, establish the figure 4 grip, and finish. By stepping over my opponent's head, I'm taking away his ability to sit up. If I allow him to sit up, it will greatly reduce the amount of pressure I can apply to his shoulder. Now I show a technique for transitioning from side control into the mount position. When you want to make this transition, it might feel natural to simply step your leg over your opponent's body, but a lot of times he will trap your leg as you bring it over, putting you in his half guard. To prevent this from happening, I'll place my knee on my opponent's stomach instead. Next, I'll walk my far hand forward, forcing my opponent's left arm toward his head. This action provides the room I need to slide my knee over my opponent's stomach and drop it down to the opposite side of his body. One more time. I'm in side control. I place my knee on my opponent's stomach, walk my far arm forward to force his arm up to his head, and establish the mount. From side control, place your knee on the stomach, walk your hand up, establish the mount. One more time. Now I will spar with my brother from side control using the techniques I demonstrated. The first thing you want to do when you reach the mount position is establish control. If you fail to control your opponent, you will lose the position. So you want to mount a little low on your opponent's body and spread out. You can lock your legs underneath your opponent's legs or not. It depends upon what you feel is most comfortable. Just make sure you have a solid base and you're spread out. When your opponent begins to buck and thrash to escape the position, you want to support yourself with your hands. This is very important, and your legs are always supporting you, helping you maintain the position. If you don't have the proper positioning with your legs, he can push your hips. If your opponent pushes your hips in an attempt to strip you off the mount, lower your hips and keep your legs hooked underneath his legs. If you don't do it correctly, he will be able to elevate your hips and potentially escape. So I brace myself as he tries to buck me to one side or the other. When he attempts to push me off of him, I lower my hips and lift his legs using my legs. Once you stabilize the position, you have various options. As long as you remain nice and tight, you can move up his body a little bit. Then, I place my hand on his throat to keep his head pinned to the mat as I posture up. If you posture up without placing a hand on your opponent's neck, then he can move his head from side to side and avoid your strikes. When you have a hand pressing down into his throat, you can land clean strikes. You can elbow, punch, 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 elbow. Instead of trying to escape the position, your opponent will focus on trying to protect himself. When this occurs, you can continue to strike or set up an arm lock. So, from the mount, I will hit my opponent to set up the arm lock. When he elevates his arms to protect himself, I will scoot my body even higher on his body. Then, I will slide my foot up by his head. It is important to remain nice and tight and sit your weight on your opponent's chest to prevent him from moving. With my opponent pinned, I hook my right arm around his left arm and sit back. From there, I move my right leg over his head, pull on his arm, and finish the submission. One more time. I mount and stabilize the position. He moves, and I brace myself with my arms. Other side. I begin by stabilizing the mount. One more time on the other side.
Quadril baixo. Levanta, levanta. Levanta. Levanta.
I stabilize the mount, keeping my hips low. Now I spar with my brother from the mount position. Here I demonstrate how to establish the back position when your opponent is on all fours. While on my opponent's side, he keeps his elbows tucked tightly to his legs to prevent me from obtaining control of his body. To create an opening, I strike him in the head. To prevent himself from taking damage, he elevates his right elbow up to his head. The instant he does this, he creates space between his elbow and leg. That's when I step my right foot into the gap and establish my first hook. Wrapping my right leg around the inside of his right leg, I slide my right arm around the right side of his neck and underneath his body. The instant I land on my back, I establish my second hook by wrapping my left leg over the top of his left leg. Now I have excellent control over my opponent and can begin working for a submission. Once more, kneeling on the side of my opponent with one arm wrapped over his body, I begin striking him in the head. When he lifts his right elbow to defend my shots, I establish my first hook with my right leg. Wrapping up his upper body, I pull him on top of me. My opponent is on all fours, and I'm on his side, controlling him with one arm wrapped over his back. I hit him to create an opening, step my foot into the gap, hug his body, and pull him on top of me. Notice how I establish an underhook on the arm opposite to the side of my leg hook. This will keep him from rolling face to face with me during the brief transition to my back. Now I show how to apply a rear naked choke when you take your opponent's back. First off, it is very important that you establish both of your hooks using your legs. This prevents your opponent from turning into you and landing in your guard. Sometimes it helps to use the strength of your legs to spread your opponent's legs. If you can do this, it will be even more difficult for him to turn his body. However, you never want to cross your feet because it allows your opponent to apply a leg lock. You want to keep your legs parallel to one another. When you accomplish this, you want to establish over-under control. To do this, wrap one arm over his shoulder and your other arm underneath his arm. With the arm that's not wrapped around your opponent's neck, use it to control his arm. Then, pull your opponent down on top of you. You don't want the arm that's over your opponent's shoulder to be loose. You want to wrap it tight around his neck, reaching toward your opposite shoulder. Once you reach this position, let go of your opponent's arm, bring your arm up, and lock in the hold. The choke will work when you place your hand on top of your opponent's head, but it works even better when you can get your hand underneath your opponent's head. Really lock the choke tight. Notice here my palm of my left hand is facing me during the choke, not the back of Shinzo's head. This can sometimes be hard to accomplish in an MMA fight with the extra bulk of the gloves, but it does make for a tighter strangle. To force your opponent to tap, all you have to do is squeeze everything tight. Once again, you never want to cross your legs. If you forget and cross them by mistake, your opponent will most likely apply a quick leg lock. So always keep your legs open, use them to spread your opponent's legs. Then, pull him down on top of you and secure the choke. If your opponent defends against the choke using his arm, change sides. If he attempts to prevent the choke by tucking his chin, drive a hand underneath his nose, lift his chin up, and then apply the choke. So, close the gap and he will tap. Once more, I bring my opponent onto me. Now I demonstrate how to submit your opponent with an armbar from the back position. Just as I did before, I pull my opponent onto me. In order for this submission to work, you want your opponent's body lying on top of you. If he falls to his side, then your leg will be trapped to the mat, making it impossible to move your leg around his head. So, you always want to keep your leg free when executing this submission. If you are doing this submission to the opposite side, then you want to keep your opposite leg free. If he rolls to that side, then your leg will be trapped. As long as you keep that leg free, you can throw it over his head and finish the armbar. So I have pulled my opponent on top of me. I attempt to finish him with a rear naked choke, but he defends against the submission. So I switch to the armbar. One more time. I attack my opponent's neck with the choke. He defends, so I release the arm I have wrapped around his neck, move it to the opposite side of his head, and grab his wrist. Notice how once I grab his left wrist with my right hand, I grab my right wrist with my left hand. This is a figure 4 grip, and it allows you to maintain control of your opponent's arm while you throw your leg over his head.
Mais rápido.
Now I demonstrate how to submit your opponent with katagatame from the back position when he is defending against the rear naked choke. Having secured an underhook with my right arm and an overhook with my left arm, I pull my opponent onto me. With his hands tied up defending the rear naked choke, I hook my left leg underneath his left leg and apply pressure to remove his post. This redistributes his weight, which will make it easier for me to slip out from underneath him. Next, I slide my right arm across his neck, drop my left elbow down to the mat, and establish a 10-finger grip. It is important that I tuck my left elbow to my side in order not to hinder my roll. Once accomplished, I force my opponent to my left and roll onto my left side. Notice how I have his right arm trapped between my head and right arm. To defend against this submission, my opponent attempts to turn back into me. If I allow him to do this, he could possibly escape. So I place my right foot in the crook of his left leg, which allows me to prevent him from posting on that foot and rolling into me. Next, I move off to my opponent's side and come up onto my knees. To finish the submission, I drive his right shoulder into the side of his neck by pressing my head against his triceps, and my arms cut into the left side of his neck, severing the blood flow to his brain. He has no choice but to tap out. Now I will spar with my brother from the back position, using the techniques I demonstrated in real speed. Now I will focus on the bottom guard position. When you're lying on your back with an opponent in your guard, you must be very alert. If you have your guard closed, meaning your feet are locked together behind your opponent's back, then you'll be very easy to hit. So most of the time you don't want to stay in closed guard for long. The tendency is to open your guard and place your feet on your opponent's hips. You can have your opponent's arms between your legs or on the outside of your legs. For defense, the most important thing is that your feet on your opponent's hips. If I'm in the closed guard and my opponent punches, I lift my arm to defend against the strike. At the same time, I open my guard and place my left foot on his hip. If my opponent is really big, then I'll place my knee in his chest to further hinder his striking. Notice how when I place my knees on my opponent's chest, I am further away from him, making it harder for him to reach my face with his punches. Now if my opponent removes my leg from his chest, forces it to the mat, and then throws a punch, I will elevate my arm and utilize an outside block. But first, you should always use your legs for defense. Once more, my opponent begins attacking me, and I use my legs for defense. Again, my opponent attacks me, and I use my legs for defense, always protecting myself. Now I demonstrate what to do when your opponent decides to stand up in your guard. Every time he stands up, you need to control his hands. In this situation, I place both of my feet on his hips at the same time, and as he stands up, I use my legs to push his body away from me. If he comes back toward me, then I'll kick his knee, move onto my side, and plant my elbow on the mat. To protect my head from kicks, I always keep my opposite hand elevated. Next, I will kick his knee and then come up onto my hand. I will kick his knee one last time and pop back up to the standing position. The opposite points of base on my body are what allow me to swing my hips underneath me effortlessly and assume a standing position while facing my opponent throughout the entire transition. So here, my left foot and right hand. When you have an opponent in your guard, a lot of times you will place his hands on your chest or hook them around the back of your head. In such a situation, I'll wrap my arms over his arms to control them. There are many ways to secure the arms, and it's up to you to discover what feels best. Once I'm controlling his arms, I'll dig my free hand underneath his knee. While still controlling his arms, I will use my hook on his knee to turn my body toward my right side. At the same time, I elevate my right leg over his back and swing my left leg over his head. One more time. My opponent grabs my head, and I establish control over his arms. Next, I dig my hand under his knee, turn toward my right side, and pass my leg over his head. Then I finish the armbar. My opponent grabs my head, and I obtain control of his arm. Next, I slide my hand under his knee, rotate my body, and then throw my leg over his head. When you throw your leg over your opponent's head, it is very important that you do so immediately. You don't want to move your foot up to your opponent's hip and then throw it over his head. You want to move it all the way over his head immediately. One more time. This is a quick move made possible by a mistake from your opponent. If you hesitate on the transition, you will likely lose the submission. In this technique, I attempt to submit my opponent with the armbar, but he pulls his arm free, preventing me from getting the submission. Instead of giving up on my positioning, I immediately switch to an omoplata, which is a shoulder lock. So here my opponent is in my guard and he grabs my head, just like in the last sequence. I control his arms, dig my hand under his knee, rotate, and throw my leg over his head. However, when I bring my leg over, my opponent pulls his arm out, making it impossible for me to finish the armbar. Instead of giving up, I attack his other arm, which is still inside. To do this, I kick my legs forward, cross my legs to lock his arm, and come up. Notice how I throw my right arm over his back. This will prevent him from rolling. One more time. My opponent holds my head, I control his arm, pass my leg over his head. He gets his arm out, and I go for the omoplata by locking up his arm, kicking forward, and coming up. He grabs, I control his arm, throw my leg over. He pulls his arm free, and I go for the omoplata. Kick my legs to get him to come forward, sit up, and force him to tap. There are many ways to apply a triangle choke on an opponent in your guard. The method I show here is perhaps the most basic. So I grab my opponent's wrist to control his arms. When you do this in a fight, your opponent will want to posture up to break your grips. If he pulls his right arm away to break my grip, then I will force his right arm down between his legs. So again, if he pulls his right arm away from my body, I will force his right arm down between his legs. Next, you want to go for the triangle, but you don't want to spread your legs wide. You want to slide them past your opponent's shoulders, keep everything tight. My left leg goes over his right shoulder and across the back of his neck. Then, I throw my right leg over my left leg. To finish the submission, I squeeze my legs tight. Notice my knees squeezing together. This decreases the space inside of the triangle, making the strangle stronger. One more time. I push his arm down, wrap my left leg around the right side of his neck, throw my left leg over my right shin, and secure the position. To help apply the triangle, I reach my right hand up, grab my shin, and pull my leg down. Notice how this breaks his posture. Also notice how I have moved his right arm toward my left side. This is key for finishing the submission. To lock everything tight, I pull his head down with my hands and squeeze my legs tight. One more time. I grab his hands, he tries to break my grips, and as he does this, I pass my leg over. To help secure the triangle, I grab my shin and pull my leg down. Next, I pull his head down with my hands and squeeze my legs tight. Now I demonstrate how to apply a kimura on an opponent in your guard. First, I grab my opponent's wrist to control his arm. Next, I reach my opposite arm across his body, sit up, hook my right arm around his right arm, and then secure the kimura position by grabbing my left wrist with my right hand. In order to finish the submission, you must escape your hips off to the side. If your opponent has his head in the center of your body, then it can prevent you from sitting up. In such a situation, I will push my opponent's head off to the side as I obtain control of his arm. From there, you finish the submission the same. Notice I'm keeping his elbow bent at 90 degrees. This allows me to put a maximum pressure on the shoulder joint while at the same time minimizing his escape options. Now I demonstrate a technique for sweeping your opponent to his back when he's in your guard. I like this sweep a lot because it often catches your opponent by surprise. To set it up, I will lock in a Kimura on my opponent's arm and then use my positioning to execute the sweep. If my opponent defends against the sweep, then I will put my focus into finishing him with the Kimura. However, my first approach is to use the hold on his arm for the sweep. So I push on my opponent's head and attack with the Kimura. You can place your left foot on your opponent's hip, or you can place it lower on his knee, whichever you feel is more comfortable. By locking in the Kimura, your opponent will focus on protecting his arm. While he's preoccupied, you make some space and then strike his leg with your leg. You don't want to strike his leg directly from the side, but rather from the side and downward. When successful, it takes you right to the mount. With your opponent worried about you locking in the Kimura, he forgets about his leg in the sweep. I go for his arm and hip out a little bit as I dominate his arm. As he defends against the Kimura, I kick, sweep him, and end up in the mount. I push on my opponent's head and dominate his arm. Notice how as I attack his arm, I scoot my hips out to my right side. When I do this, my left leg gets closer to my opponent's right leg. Next, I execute the sweep and claim the mount position.
Mais uma vez, tire a cabeça dele, vou me ajeitando, coloco esse pé aqui, ele está defendendo o braço,
Now I spar with my brother from the guard position, using the techniques I just demonstrated. Now I show a very basic sweep, one that is taught to jiu-jitsu white belts. Although it's quite simple, it's highly effective. To begin, I place my feet on my opponent's hips, which is a defensive position. Next, I slide my left foot between my opponent's legs, hook my right foot around the inside of his left leg, drive my left arm underneath his right arm, and sit up. I do not keep my hips square with my opponent's hips. When I sit up, I turn to my side. I grab his left arm with my right hand and then pull his arm into me and secure it underneath my arm. My left arm is hooked underneath his right arm and is wrapped tightly around his back. With everything secure, I fall to my right side, elevate my left leg into his right leg, and sweep him over. Because I have control of his left arm, he can't place his left hand on the mat to block the sweep. One more time. I sit up into my opponent, establish an underhook with my left arm, grab his right arm, hip out to my left side, and sweep. It is important to notice the positioning of my right leg. You can hook it around the inside of your opponent's left leg, or you can place your foot on his left knee. You can even place it to the outside of your opponent's left leg. All the positions work. It boils down to what you find works best. I am in the guard, establish an underhook, sit up, dominate his arm, and execute the sweep. One more time. I dominate his arm, and then sweep. When you're in the half guard, it is very important that you establish an underhook and get up to your side. If you're flat on your back, your opponent has total control. So, once I dig my right arm under my opponent's left arm and establish an underhook, I grab his far side to maintain the position. Next, I pull my left leg out from between my opponent's legs. To get the sweep, I hook my left arm around his far leg, pull his leg into me, and drive into him to put him on his back. It is a very simple sweep, but highly effective. As I mentioned, it is very important to establish the underhook. If my opponent is postured up, then I dig my right arm under his left arm and drive into him. If you establish the underhook and don't move into your opponent, he can establish an overhook on your arm and then use his position to punch you in the face. So you want to get very close to your opponent to prevent him from striking you. It destroys his angle to strike. Now I come to all fours, block the knee, and drive. Now fast. To create space, I drive my right arm into my opponent's throat and force him away. With his body pushed away from my body, it is much easier to pummel my right arm underneath his left arm and establish an underhook. Next, I move my body into him to prevent him from having a strong angle to strike me. So I'm in the half guard and I enter like this. In this situation, your opponent has passed your guard and moved into the 100 kilos or side control position. First off, I place my right forearm into my opponent's throat and apply upward pressure. If I wrap my right arm around the back of his head, it makes it easier for my opponent to make offensive movements. So I place my arm across his throat. Once I accomplish this, I create space between our bodies by pushing off my feet, elevating my hips, and pushing him upward using my arms. Keeping him elevated with my arms, I drop my back to the mat. Using the space I just created, I pummel my right arm under his left arm and establish an underhook. At the same time, I escape out to the side and come up to my knees. Establishing a seatbelt around his waist using my right arm, I am now in a position to strike him with my left hand. I have escaped side control. I drive my right arm into my opponent's neck, elevate his body, establish an underhook, and escape out from underneath him. I drive my arm across my opponent's throat, push off, make space, establish an underhook, and move around to take my opponent's back. One more time. He holds me, I get my arm across his throat, elevate him, and escape to a position where I can strike. Here my opponent establishes side control and drops his weight down to keep me pinned. No problem, you can still execute this technique. Now I demonstrate how to escape the bottom mount position. It is a simple technique, but it is very important that you drill it over and over. So I start by placing my right arm across my opponent's hips and pushing him away to create space. This allows me to place my left elbow to the inside of his right leg and elevate it. With his body forced away and his right leg elevated, I slide my left knee underneath his right leg. Then, I force his right leg away using my left leg and establish the half guard. One more time. My left elbow enters here and I push him away. At the same time, I pull my left leg out and place it against the inside of his leg. He is balanced on top of me, so I put my elbow in, lift, and get my knee to the inside. One more time faster. Now I show an escape for when your opponent attains the back position. The first thing you must do in this position is defend your neck. So I obtain control of the arm my opponent has wrapped around my neck with his left hand. If your opponent manages to wrap his arm all the way around your neck, then you want to pull his arm away. If your opponent is controlling your neck like this, then you need to pull his arm away from your neck. So I control his hand here, lean back, and use my right hand to pull his right hook off of my leg.
Tô aqui, eu protejo meu pescoço.
Once I remove his hook, then I sit down on top of his leg to prevent him from reestablishing it.
Vou sentar em cima do gancho dele.
Next, I turn into my opponent and establish top control.
Com a barriga para cima. Atacou meu pescoço.
With my opponent attacking my neck, I have to defend against the choke. That is my primary goal. Next, I remove his hook, sit on top of his leg, and then turn and establish the top position.
Vou virar para cima.
One more time, normal speed.
Ele atacou meu
My
pescoço.
opponent attacks my neck, I defend against the choke, and remove his hook. Next, I sit on top of his leg, turn, and establish the top position. Notice how I drive my leg flat in this angle. This helps to pop off his inside leg hook.
Vai, pegou. Vamos mostrar agora.
Now I show how to escape when you're in your opponent's guard and he locks in a triangle choke.
Quando o seu oponente pega você no triângulo.
What I don't want is to allow my opponent to move my right arm towards my left side because it allows him to lock in the choke tight. So when he applies a triangle, my first goal is to keep my right hand on his stomach. If you let your opponent cross your arm, it will be difficult to bring it back, so don't let it happen. With my right hand on his stomach, I maintain my base, look up, and push my right hand into his stomach. Look up and push on his stomach. If you lower your head, it allows him to lock the choke tight. So, once he gets the triangle, I look up and break his legs apart. To finish, I move my left arm in front of his right leg.
Mais uma vez, ele consegue encaixar melhor o triângulo.
Again, I show the defense for the triangle choke. First, I don't let my opponent cross my right arm to the left side of my body. If I allow him to do this, I'll be trapped and it will be very difficult to escape. So I place my right hand on his stomach, look up, posture, and break his legs apart. One more time.
Mais uma vez, ele pegou.
He gets the triangle, and I cannot allow him to lower my head, so I look up, push on his stomach, and break his legs apart. One more time. This is another way to escape the triangle choke when you're in your opponent's guard. In this situation, he has control of your head, which prevents you from looking up and posturing. To prevent my opponent from locking in the submission, I climb to my feet, step my right leg over his chest, and then drop back, breaking his legs apart. My opponent locks in the triangle. First, I prevent him from moving my right arm towards my left side. Next, I stand up. Notice how I'm grabbing my right hand with my left hand to prevent him from pushing my right arm to my left side. Finally, I step my right leg over his chest and drop back, breaking his legs apart. One more time. My opponent attacks with a triangle and controls my head. To escape, I stand up, step over his chest, and drop back. This is far too much leverage here for my opponent to maintain the triangle with the strength of his legs alone. The reason I step over his chest is to keep his back flat to the mat, allowing my upper body to pry his legs apart. Without this step, he may very likely follow you backwards and finish the triangle from the mount. Now I show a simple defense for when you're in your opponent's guard and he applies an arm lock. First off, it is very important to pay attention to your arm. When you do this, you can prevent your opponent from attacking your arm in the first place. For example, if I posture up and leave my arms lying across my opponent's body, he can attack them. To make it more difficult, I posture up with my hands down by his hips. However, even when you pay attention to your arms, you can still get caught. Here my opponent goes for the arm lock. The first thing I do is drive my weight into him to stack his body and wrap my free arm around the back of his head. This prevents him from straightening his legs and finishing the submission, and makes it less risky to pull my trapped arm free. Once I escape, I take advantage by spinning around my opponent's legs and establishing the side control position. One more time. I wrap my free arm around my opponent's head, drive my weight into him, and pull my arm out. Once accomplished, I pass into side control. One more time. He attacks with the arm lock. I wrap my free arm around his head, pull my trapped arm out, and pass. The trick here is to keep my opponent stacked. If I allow him to spin underneath me or force my head away from his, he will likely finish this armbar. He may also attempt to switch to a triangle as I rip out, but if you keep him stacked head to head, he will be past his legs before he can secure the choke. Now I demonstrate how to defend against the guillotine choke when you're in your opponent's guard. First off, you need to think about protecting your neck before attempting to escape. You do not want to hit him. You must defend your neck or you will pass out. So my opponent wraps his right arm around my neck, and I defend against the choke by grabbing his right wrist with my left hand and laying down with him. Next, I wrap my right arm underneath his head. If he is stubborn and continues to hold on to my head, then I post on my left leg, drive my right shoulder down into his face, and pull his right arm away from my neck using my left hand. One more time. He gets the guillotine and I defend my neck. I wrap my arm around his head, place my weight on his face, and pull his arm away from my neck. For Shinzo to finish this guillotine, he needs my hips and my head on the right side of his belly button, all on one side of his midline. So you can see here by driving my shoulder into his neck, walking my hips to the right, and driving them into the ground, I make this impossible. From here, I posture up.